Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, did you realize it's February already? 1 month of this brand new year, 2022, is already gone by. Lockdown, semi-lockdown, restrictions, a lot of restrictions, no restrictions, masks becoming a mandatory part of our wardrobe. I mean, who would have thought? And here we are today, logging in from our homes, our workplaces to this event. And you might be wondering, who's this person talking on your screens? Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shobha Rana. I am your host, your MC for the day. And I would like to welcome you to the 6th edition of the Dentsu e4m Digital Advertising Report and the Digital Advertising Conference. And I would like to tell you that please don't forget tweeting about this event at hashtag Dentsu e4m Report. Digital advertising, as you all know, is becoming popular among mainstream and advertising service providers as they influence customers with appropriate content. In the coming years, business outcomes will increasingly depend on harnessing the power of digital models to create new value and experiences for the consumers. And for that, it will be important that organizations adapt these models to their core. Dentsu, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the leading global media conglomerates in India that specializes in media, digital, and creative offerings. And the Exchange for Media Group is India's one-stop shop destination for entire marketing, media, and advertising industry. Both of them have come together again to launch the 6th edition of the Dentsu e4m Digital Advertising Report. Now, before we get started with this event, we would like to thank our partners without whose contribution this event wouldn't be a success. Ladies and gentlemen, our presenting partner, HT Media Group, helping brands reach 270 million Indians through trusted content every single day. Co-powered by our partners ABP Live, के साथ जानते रहो, Woot, Non-Stop New, Yahoo, Josh, India's favorite short video app. Our co-gold partners, mFilter, adding trust to digital, Truecaller, the leading global platform for verifying contacts and blocking unwanted communications, Trell, India's largest influencer-led social commerce platform, our innovation partners, Apads, Performance Redefined Programmatically, and our conversation advertising partner, Gupshup, get one-on-one with everyone with world's leading messaging platform for e-commerce, marketing, and support. And of course, our co-partner, Outbrain, the leading recommendation platform for open web. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to play the audio visuals of our sponsor partners for all of you. So let's have a look at the screen and watch these videos.
अब है तेरी बारी स्वाइप फॉर जानकारी कैसे नेता देश चलाते जानते रहो कैसे सेलेब साल बनाते जानते रहो लेटेस्ट टेक ये कहां से लाते जानते रहो लोग आजकल किधर को जाते जानते रहो कहीं भी कभी भी जानते रहो किधर भी कैसे भी जानते रहो सही वाली जानकारी जानते रहो तेरी भाषा में हो skip the FOMO let's roll and know जानते रहो जानते रहो एबीपी लाइव के साथ जानते रहो
एबीपी लाइव ऐप डाउनलोड करो और
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
द बिग पिक्चर, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited! Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस ओटीटी के मजे लूट।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा।
हो गया ऑलरेडी। आई डोंट नो, हमारा अलग है लिंक।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
हाय मिशेल।
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
Imagine a world where talent rocks, swag rules, music flows, beauty glows, where food is art and life's a runway. Where calories burn and fashion sizzles, where every moment superstars are born and creators make magic with hot, lit content. Experience a world where lifestyle meets social, meets commerce. Discover the latest looks, earn trail coins and shop the biggest brands. Welcome to a world filled with joy and full of purpose. So jump right in. Let's go trending with Trell. Download now.
If your business is looking to enhance its customer communication strategies, it's time to look beyond other traditional channels. While most businesses are bombarding their customers with junk messages, you can stay a step ahead with WhatsApp. A strong WhatsApp strategy can create higher engagement and provide a modern client servicing platform using targeted communication, rich media content, interactive elements, and an AI-powered chatbot. But how will a business execute this rollout? Say hello to Gupshup, one of WhatsApp's first business solution providers. Gupshup has already helped 570 businesses across industries with a single API. Gupshup can help create, execute, and refine engaging, seamless one-way and two-way messaging experiences powered by opt-in management, automated workflows, customized chatbots, SMS fallback, live agent support, and rich analytics. Gupshup enables businesses to handle customer queries and sends real-time notifications for customer support, order updates, welcome kits, and more. It automates them using a chatbot and provides a customer dashboard to provide human assistance for complex queries and cross-sells intelligently in an automated fashion. The results? Increased brand awareness, enhanced customer support, higher engagement rates, and improved customer base, lower costs, reduced TAT, and a sharp uptick in sales. To grow your business with a seamless WhatsApp communication strategy, contact Gupshup today.
How do you find the things that most interest you? What movies to watch? What books to read? Where to stay on your next vacation? Recommendations help us navigate a world full of choices. Outbrain powers the recommendations on your favorite media. We recommend articles, videos, products, events, apps, games, and so much more. We turn every page into a beautiful feed of new discoveries. And no two feeds are ever the same. Outbrain, we recommend.
Once again, a big thank you to all our partners for joining hands with us and making this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year is Road to Convergence. Now, this report will highlight the significant trends of 2022 and the real-time facts and figures pertaining to the entire digital domain. This report will extensively cover spends and insights across all sectors. So now you can already sense there's a lot of excitement and exciting content coming your way today. But for now, let's kickstart this event. And for the same, I would like to request and invite on screens Mr. Naval Ahuja to join us, who is co-founder Exchange for Media, for his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's have Mr. Naval Ahuja on the screens.
Thank you, Shobha, and a very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to everybody who's watching this event live. Uh, the plan was to, be with you physically present, do this event on ground. But as things panned out over the last 4 weeks, the virus has flared up again, and here we are. Hopefully, before this quarter runs out, things will be fully back on track, and the next edition will certainly be an on-ground event. Coming to this initiative that we've been putting together at Exchange Media, we've been putting together this with the Dentsu team for the last 6 years, as Shobha mentioned. It's very interesting if you look at the trajectory of how digital penetration in India has grown in these last 6 years. And on the back of that, how digital advertising has grown. It is no coincidence that these last 6-7 years have also been the years in which 4G penetration has taken root. Jio, through their phone service, their 4G service, really increased this penetration across the nook and corner of India. I was looking at the first report we did with Dentsu in 2017. It has numbers from 2016, obviously. And the interesting part is, if you look at those numbers, digital advertising back then, which is just 6 years back, used to be 6,800 crores. And without disclosing too much about what the report this year is going to contain, it is safe to say that in just a matter of 5-6 years, digital advertising has skyrocketed by almost 3 times, partly at the expense of other media, especially print, radio, etc. The other interesting thing that I've noticed that's happened with regards to digital advertising in these last 5-6 years is that the largest category of advertisers in India has always been FMCG companies. But if you rewind back 8-10 years to when digital advertising really started becoming mainline, the early adopters were mostly technology and e-commerce companies. But in the last few years, that trend has significantly changed. FMCG companies, who are known as the bellwether for the advertising industry, have really taken to digital advertising, and that's an extremely healthy sign for digital advertising business. The recent launch of the new Jio phone will also now usher in a new wave of growth for the digital advertising business. When digital advertising started growing, the initial phase was led by social media growth in digital video, growth in search, whereas the next phase of growth will be led by a lot by social, video, and voice commerce. We've all seen how gaming has grown in these last 2 years on the back of the pandemic. My 9-year-old son spends at least 2 to 3 hours on gaming every day. Thankfully, schools have started from today, so perhaps gaming time will slightly come down, but he's perhaps now a gamer for life. So gaming is going to pick up really big time in the next few years. AI and metaverse is becoming part of daily lexicon for us. So really lots and lots of interesting things to look forward to when it comes to the digital ecosystem, and within that, the digital advertising growth. What is also interesting, if you look at the digital advertising ecosystem, unlike television or print, which is basically a 3-layered ecosystem, if you know what I mean, you have a client who goes through an advertising agency to place advertising on platforms like TV or print. The digital ecosystem is really very deep and wide. For a client to say advertise on a digital platform, there would typically be 7 to 8 intermediaries, from an ad tech company to an influencer marketing company to a programmatic advertising company to perhaps a creative company. So really, digital advertising is growing at a fast pace, also because of the number of intermediaries which are really part of the ecosystem, which are giving this entire digital advertising a very big push. Before I go off screen, I want to thank the entire Dentsu team for having partnered with us these 6 years. Thank you, Divya, Vinod, Abhik, for tirelessly putting your effort and time every year. Abhik has been part of this report making from the very first year. Thank you to the Watt Consult team, and also the entire leadership team at Dentsu for partnering with us, investing faith with Exchange Media for putting this initiative together. I'm looking forward to the conference, which is themed around the road to convergence this year, and it looks to cover sectors across digital, from what's happening in the business and what's happening when it comes to digital business growth in digital media, to video and vernacular, to conversational commerce. So really an all-rounded agenda. We have lots to cover today, and I'm looking forward to that. My best wishes to all the speakers, and our thanks to all the partners who've been very supportive this year. With that, let me hand over the mic back to Shobha. Thank you, and look forward to today's deliberations.
Thank you so much, Naval, for your warm words of welcome. And we also have a very special audio-video message coming in from Dr. Anurag Batra, who's Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us today on this live. So here is what he has to say. Let's play that, AV.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the annual Dentsu AG's Exchange for Media digital forecast for the Indian advertising marketing media industry. This is a digital outlook for 2022. We're grateful to our partner Dentsu for doing this together with Exchange for Media. And you know, the last 21 months have made all of us more digital than ever. Data has become more important than ever. How you deal with demographics has become more important. Words like metaverse, NFT, crypto, blockchain have made things more interesting. I just want to say that when you see the numbers today that will be unveiled in the study, you will see numbers that reflect what is happening in the environment. They also reflect the future. And let me tell you something that you already believe in. The growth is happening because traditional brands are using digital in a bigger and bigger way. The growth is happening because of startup brands, startup businesses are using digital in a big way. And most importantly, there is a whole category of D2C brands and SMEs which have taken to digital in a big way, and possibly in most cases as the only medium to grow. So clearly there are three things that will come across in the survey today. One, digital is growing, which is not new. How much it is growing is the news, and wait for the unveiling of the study. Second is programmatic is big, and third is what will be the number. So I welcome you to this DAN e4m Digital Outlook 2022. Digital is the future. If you're not digital, you don't exist. However, I want to say that digital also has a multiplier effect on all media, and even the traditional media is using digital to become more and more relevant and reach out to more audiences. So clearly it's interesting times. I'm sure when the speakers today talk about digital and how they use digital to grow their brands and businesses, you will know that digital will become the mainstream media. In the next 2 years, possibly digital will be 50%, programmatic will be 70% out of it. So digital is where the action is, everything is digital. We look forward to the study. Thank you, God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for sending in that message. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to keep tweeting about today's event at #Dentsu e4m report. Now, I would like to request Mr. Naval Ahuja to again come on the screens, as it is now the time to unveil the much-awaited Dentsu e4m digital advertising report. And along with Naval, I would like to request and invite the few dignitaries to also join us. We have Mr. Karthik Iyer, COO for Dentsu India. May I request you to join us on the screen? Mr. Narayanan Devanathan, Chief Client Officer at Dentsu India. We have Ms. Divya Karani, CEO Media for South Asia Dentsu. Mr. Amit Vadva, CEO India for Dentsu Creative. Mr. Anubhav Sonthalia, CEO for Dentsu CXM and Merkel Socrati. Mr. Vinod Thadani, Chief Digital Officer for Media, Dentsu and CEO iProspect. Mr. Rupam Garg, CEO Dentsu X India. Ms. Anita Kotwani, CEO Kara India. Mr. Deepak Kumar, Country Head, The Story Lab, Dentsu Sports and Hyperspace Retail and Rural. Mr. Imtiaz Vilatra, Country Head for Postoscope India. Ms. Sujata Dwibedi, Group Trading Director for Amplify Dentsu India, to please join us on the screens. And now I would like to request Mr. Karthik to say a few words.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for this. Actually, we are very delighted to bring to you the Dentsu e4m Digital Report 22, which was mentioned as the 6th in the series. This year, the journey moves forward on the road to convergence. What I'm going to quickly do is hand it back to Shobha, who will lead us through a really exciting afternoon, which was filled with a whole lot of very interesting information that we have put together and some really mind-opening perspectives from a number of our leaders and leaders from the industry. Over to you, Shobha.
Thank you so much, Karthik. Like you rightly said, there are thought-provoking and really amazing sessions lined up ahead. And we have a very special AV also to see at this moment. So can we please play the AV?
Know how to make your business future ready. Know how to use digital to make your business grow in the future. Know how to use digital to create a more effective creative. Know how the consumer behavior is evolving.
With digital set to grow over a third of the overall advertising spends in the country in 2023, investments in growing addressable opportunities, especially in voice, video, social commerce, will be critical in moving beyond the world of text-based content.
Dentsu e4m report is the most comprehensive report that has been coming out year on year. It provides you a comprehensive understanding of the evolving digital consumer.
Will conversational commerce be the next big thing in online shopping? Will it replace e-commerce in the next decade or two? To find out more, read up on the Dentsu e4m Digital Marketing Report.
New normal has increased consumer trust on digital solutions. Evolve with the dynamics of digital marketing with Dentsu e4m Digital Report 2022.
To know more about conversational commerce, evolution of micropayments, direct-to-consumer revolutions, the entire digital stack, and how can digital be the creative force to build your brand, please do read the Dentsu e4m Digital Report 2022.
Hi, I believe year 22 will be the year of convergence of out-of-home and digital. 3 priorities for 2022 will be to focus on purpose-driven marketing initiatives, which means building meaningful connection, technology, togetherness initiatives for innovation and growth scalability, and nurturing talent and skill development for acceleration.
Brands are moving direct to consumer. Isn't that the new normal? Watch out for our new report to understand the direct-to-consumer revolution.
Know more about evolving consumer behavior. 2022 is going to be a year of e-commerce and micropayments. Know more about it. Know how digital can accelerate growth for your business.
Wow, that was an exciting AV talking about the future of digital advertising in India, especially in the year 2022. And on this note, may I please invite Ms. Divya Karani and Mr. Vinod Thadani to give us an overview of this report.
Thank you. Thank you, Shobha. Thank you, Naval, Karthik, all of you. Hello, everyone. And once again, welcome to the launch of the 6th Dentsu e4m Digital Report. The past 2 years have changed everything for us as people. Could I request Sakshi to put up our slides, please? Sakshi? So like I mentioned, these past 2 years have been unprecedented. And the singular most important lasting pivot is this all-consuming wave businesses are grappling with systemic changes in media, technology, and consumer behavior. I am mindfully calling out these changes as systemic. And this perhaps is best captured by a client quote just yesterday, wherein he very, very simply said, today, every company is or will soon be a tech company. So whether across sectors, whether you're an FMCG or BSFI or any other sector, you need to be a tech company. Technologies and way of working that had earlier perhaps seemed like an interesting experiment have today become essential. Next. And therefore, while we all strive to address the here and now, Dentsu typically looks at this digitization beyond the disruption to the many, many possibilities that this today accords us, as well as harnessing the positive promise that digital holds for tomorrow with an innovative and, if I may, fresh thinking. We at Dentsu do believe that digital inclusion is a basic human right. And we are committed now having the power to control their own data, builds trust, and underpins digital well-being. And therefore, we as practitioners and as pivotal as we can be, creating change for the better, going beyond digital inclusion to what I call, or what we call, digital well-being, truly leading, helping digital realize its potential for growth and good. Next, Sakshi. And in doing so, we all know we've never been more connected as we are today. And in doing so, convergence has occurred across our personal and professional lives, across our leisure and information lives, and in our brand awareness as well as action. They've converged so seamlessly that sometimes it's difficult to divide one from the other. And the brand funnel that we were all used to all these years is in itself at times questionable, morphing as we speak and changing shape. And as practitioners, it's all about truly understanding the consumer. And when I say truly understanding the consumer, understanding their mindset, their motivation, and expectations within the different environments. And that is very critical, right? Understanding how consumers live in the real and virtual world, and what do they do when these two worlds intersect. That is the most important. And then creating a bridge with media as an enabler to build powerful experiences that capture the consumer's attention, engages, and then not only builds a relationship today, but focuses on where they are taking the consumer tomorrow. On this road to convergence, to understand, and Naval again touched upon it, how digital is leapfrogging forward, how we as Dentsu, as the industry, are stepping in to integrate and bridge the gap seamlessly across branding and performance, across conversations and commerce. I'm going to hand over the baton to Vinod. Vinod, all yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Divya, thanks, Naval, and thanks, Dr. Batra, for setting up this. What we're going to talk about is how is digital leapfrogging. Sakshi, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Businesses have been concentrating on expediting their digital onboarding from the first to the last mile of their processes since the pandemic began in 2020. The pandemic actually debunked the concept that digital is only a distant marketing and distribution channel. But currently, it has actually shattered the whole reliance on traditional models. Only a few organizations today could be considered totally digital, which was prior to the pandemic. But now, digital onboarding is happening at an unprecedented rate. With the rising of smartphones, internet usage, in fact, Nawal spoke about the surgence of Jio when they came in with 4G, as well as transactional applications across the spectrum. The next wave of 500 million users may now consume digital for personal and business purposes. In fact, digital brands saw massive growth in the revenues backed by strong enablers such as shifting consumer behavior, whether for entertainment, e-commerce, digital payment systems, and mass accessibility of data and smartphones. In fact, at Dentsu, we worked across key sectors such as e-commerce, insurance, stockbroking, entertainment, and have helped them leverage this trend to gain share in market against competition. And across several brands, like I mentioned, across all these sectors. Sakshi, can you go to the next slide, please? The year 2021 saw large-scale digital transformation of enterprises as a result of this increased digital onboarding. In fact, businesses of all kinds, whether micro, medium, large, small, are recognizing the importance of digital and adapting their business strategies. By the end of 2022, the majority of Indian enterprises will be using digital as its backbone, bringing the concept of Digital India to life. Convergence, and Divya mentioned this, can take place as a result of this large-scale company transformation, which keeps digital at its core. The next several years will see convergence in the domains of company operations, marketing, and delivery, with digital being at the center. Offline-heavy brands had to pivot to digital channels to ensure continuity of businesses. In fact, digital brands in certain sectors like travel and service, which we knew had actually had huge and faced huge business slowdowns, and now would be recovering. At Dentsu, again, we help brands to maneuver from offline to online, and it was a huge transformation, and ensure that the business continuity is maintained. For example, our clients across banking sectors where their customers could adapt to digital banking products for uninterrupting banking access. Similarly, we helped QSR, for example, in a client, to transform their business model from dine-in restaurants to online delivery. Sakshi, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Numerous technological breakthroughs that were previously unconceivable have been observed. These technology advancements will fundamentally alter how we interact and live our lives. They will shape how we buy and use goods and services. With shifting consumer behavior, the advertising and marketing sector will develop as well. Consumers across all ages have overcome their fears and gained trust in digital technologies and using applications and services like e-commerce, digital transactions, payments, and so on, in addition to their day-to-day, which they were using for video, entertainment, social networking. This has opened a huge amount of options in the Indian digital media. And we saw initially across our partners, AVs, how they have utilized their services across brands. Currently, the consumers now consider digital media to be a natural extension of their daily life. In terms of communication, I think the industry will come more conversational. Consumers are engaged in one-to-one dialogue with personalized experiences, which allow brands to understand, and then with insights can then help marketers to deliver what exactly is needed to the end consumer. Conversational interference such as smartphone devices, chatbot, voice search have changed the way consumers interact with businesses. Brands that have invested in conversational media were able to innovate and become future ready. at Dentsu, we have done quite a bit of work across brands to build content which is voice search and gain top search exposures organically for our brands across BFSI. And we've done such pilot projects where we have created the first ever Facebook Messenger for an Indian banking sector client. I would now like to invite Abhik to take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinod, Divya, and Naval for setting the context. And namaskar, everyone. Welcome to 2022. Enough of the 2022 jokes, and I'll start by addressing the elephant in the room. Unlike 2020, which has been synonymous for uncertainty in relation to anything or everything, 2021 has seen some clarity. We can say 2021 was truly the Achhe Din for the advertising world. And if we look specifically at the Indian advertising market, we witnessed a strong and positive growth in 2021. The Indian advertising industry reached a market size of 70,715 crore by the end of 2021, with a growth rate of 18.6%, showing a V-shaped recovery over 2020. And not just that, by the end of this year, we expect it to reach 81,025 crore with a growth rate of 14.6%. Furthermore, by the end of 2023, we forecast it to reach 93,119 crore with a compounded growth of 14.75%. Now that we are going deep into the sea of advertising, how can we not look at the ruling sharks? Currently, the Indian advertising industry is dominated by FMCG with a contribution of 34%. The next highest contribution comes from e-commerce, contributing 14%, and 7% contributed by the automotive sector. With a majority of Indian households enjoying some hours of television and family time together, FMCG and e-commerce advertise around half of their media budget on television, followed by digital. The automotive sector spends around half on print media, followed by television and digital. With the largest share of 42% media spending in 2021, television has unparalleled lead in the media market. This is followed by 30% on digital and 24% on print media spending. With this drastic shift to the digital world due to the want for convenience, for development, the share of digital has grown from 26% in 2020 to 30% in 2021. And with the growing dependency on this digital world, we expect the share of advertising spends on digital media to be at par with that on television by the end of 2023. Now, diving deeper in the digital world, its market size grew by 35.3% over the previous year, from 15,782 crore in 2020 to 21,353 crore in 2021. This digital media market size will grow by 30% to reach 27,759 crore by the end of 2022. And with a compounded rate of 29.5%, its market size will reach 35,809 crore by 2023. Now, considering that we spend most of our daytimes online, it's further projected for digital media to reach a spend share of 34% by the end of this year. And after this glimpse on the overall market size of digital media, I'd like to highlight the major contributors. FMCG contributes the highest share of 42% to digital media industry, followed by e-commerce contributing 17%, and 7% contribution by consumer durable sector. Additionally, FMCG spends around 3/4 of its digital media budget on online video and social media. E-commerce spends around half of its digital media budget on paid search, followed by around a quarter on social media. And consumer durable spends around a third of its digital media budget on paid search, followed by a quarter on social media. With 29% of digital media spending share, social media is the most popular digital advertising format, closely followed by online video at 28% and 23% contribution on paid search. And we all know the rate at which we are all consuming online video every second, be it on entertainment, information, education, or even personally for me, cooking tutorials. Online video is expected to witness the fastest growth to have a spending share of 30% by 2023. While in this last decade, we have witnessed the development and accelerated growth of the digital world, the highlights of which we just saw, I often wonder what this post-digital era will be like. No, this term post-digital era, I don't mean the end of the digital world by it. The post-digital era is just taking it all up many notches higher, the glimpses of which are already visible. As Vinod and Divya mentioned, the brands and customers are already moving to a more direct and transactional-based conversation beyond the e-commerce platforms, and more so with the emergence of micropayment mechanisms. This is leading to the introduction of a more seamless and meaningful alternative to subscription and advertising revenue we might see in the future. The pandemic in 2020 brought with it a worry about decreasing opportunities in the physical world with all the lockdowns. But however, a promise of hope arrived in the form of accelerated digital onboarding of businesses, followed by a large-scale digital transformation of businesses happening across industries. With this evolved model, businesses will be operating with digital as their backbone, actualizing the idea of digital India in its essence. We are already seeing a large proportion of our daily lives happening on digital, be it banking, education, entertainment, or even our workouts and health. In the second year of this new decade, we will see the emergence of Web3, which will give us an experience that is extremely interactive, experiential, and which will blur the lines between virtual and physical worlds. This seamless usage of augmented, virtual, and mixed realities will change the way user and brands interact drastically and forever. Well, to say change is the second nature of digital. And we are in the middle of a fundamental shift in technology. From the pillars of what they call a SMAC technology, fundamental, which are social, mobility, analytics, and clouds, we are shifting to the realm of dark technology pillars. Distributed ledger technology, which are blockchains, artificial intelligence, extended reality, and quantum computing. And to say we are already at the doorstep of this new technological world, and this disruptive shift in technologies resulting in the convergence that Divya, Vinod, and Naval mentioned. By the end of this convergence journey, the lines between the individual media will cease to exist, and business delivery will attain a more organic form. This post-digital era will be about taking this entire game many notches higher, like the world going crazy over the metaverse, which is a powerful virtual engine to give us the power of existing simultaneously in the digital and the real world. And now we know NFTs are being created for anything and everything, be it memes, music, videos, pictures, audio, maybe even smell. Today, we are digitally driven beings who strongly believe that internet is the solution to our problems. Well, most of them at least. And very soon we'll witness a transformation from advertising we currently see to advertising we feel and experience. And I feel it's convenient to say that even though the growth slowed down in 2020 in the sudden outbreak of the pandemic, we have successfully managed to up our game in 2021. And now that we have gone from metaverse concerts to a metaverse marriage to even a metaverse meeting, you never know when we might be conducting this Dentsu e4m digital conference on metaverse with our digital avatars discussing the future. Just kidding, or am I? Well, I'd like to now request Divya to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Abhik. Very well put. Nuggets there. So if I may, without much ado, I'm delighted to now welcome Amanda Morse amongst us. Amanda is our global client and brand president responsible for iProspect globally. She works very closely with the leadership and teams in over 90 markets to deliver digital-first end-to-end media solutions for our client. Skilled at leading through change, Amanda teams with both local markets and specialists to globally lead iProspect, bringing together the science of performance marketing and the art of brand building. An absolute champion for local nuance and culture, Amanda has instilled a supportive and collaborative infrastructure of experts and teams across the globe who work together at a pace and scale to accelerate both the domestic and the international client growth. Having said that, Amanda relaunched iProspect as a brand new global agency in 2021 with a new proposition, enhanced capabilities, and brand new identity. Amanda is also the global president at Visium, which currently still operates in some markets across the globe. Today, we are privileged to have Amanda with us. All yours, Amanda. Welcome.
Thanks, Divya. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Brilliant. Awesome. Thank you. Now let's test the technology of sharing screen. That's always the best one, isn't it? Let's see if this works. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. Really lovely to be here. Thank you for that introduction, Divya. I hope that I live up to all those wonderful things that you've said about me. So thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here with you at the launch of this digital advertiser report. As we said earlier, I heard some of the other speakers say it would be lovely to be in person. I was going to say, but maybe next year, but after hearing a beak, maybe in the metaverse is the place we meet with our avatars next time we all come together. I've been asked in this keynote to talk about a global perspective of convergence. As Divya said, I spend my time looking around the world at how we can find commonalities, but really trying to help deliver that nuance in local markets. So I'll talk to you a little bit about global convergence. I know that's sort of the high level theme of this event, but it's also a subject, as you will see, very close to my heart. So hopefully you'll find some high-level inspiration, because I know you're going to dig a little deeper into some of these topics as you go through the rest of this event. What I wanted to start to say was convergence actually isn't new. In fact, I feel like we've been talking about it for quite a long time. In fact, over 10 years. So every time I hear the term media convergence, I kind of think, oh my goodness, we've been talking about this forever. And part of the problem with media convergence is it hasn't really managed to stick. So we've had lots of experiments, lots of things have shifted and changed. But sort of trying to come to an era where things really stick in consumers' lives, not in the technology world. And what the pandemic has really brought us is actually a fundamental step change. And so what's really significant from post-pandemic or during the pandemic is the sheer velocity of convergence that we have seen, the sheer breadth of opportunities that convergence is bringing with it, And actually, more importantly, like I said, the consumer adoption, the fact that is actually sticking. So globally, when I think about what's driving that sort of adoption or that accelerated conversion post-pandemic, the types of things that we're seeing is not just a change in consumer behavior, because we've seen that before, but actually it's the change in consumer concerns, the things that consumers are now worried about, the things that they prioritize, the lens through which they see the world is fundamentally changed and will not go backwards and will continue to change the way they make decisions moving forwards. The other part of that, and linked to that, is what we've seen is the advent of new technology that historically would have taken years to drive adoption. And actually, consumers are adopting that in a matter of months. Again, sticking behavior that we have not seen previously. We've seen new ways of interacting with experiences such as, you know, kind of brands and kind of entertainment experiences. And we've also seen a change in the way that media operates and entertainment gets delivered. So as Vinod and Abik said, the lines are fundamentally blurring. So what does that mean for us when we think about sort of the media world and the way we talk to consumers? Well, first off, it means that we can't think about offline and online as separate journeys because they're intertwined, they're linked, and they are actually not. And we've also seen a change in the way that media. Did that go? Sorry. So we can't talk about online and offline as separate journeys. We can't think about brand and performance as separate objectives because they're linked. And increasingly, our digital and virtual worlds are blurring and sometimes even replacing our physical worlds. So fundamental shift change in what we're seeing happening right in front of us, and the pace is not slowing down. So when we think about this at Dentsu, we kind of think, how do brands really set themselves up for success in this massively converging world? And we know that when we think about conversion, it's how does computing and content and communications collide together to create new ways of doing things in a more efficient and effective and entertaining way. Well, for us, the brands that are going to be really successful, not just now, but in the future, are those brands that can really operate at the intersection of culture, content, and commerce, and do all of that powered by data. If they can operate at this intersection, they can pivot and have agility to really be ahead of consumer behavior and not be responding to what is happening in front of them. So linked to that, it's not only brands that can operate at that intersection, it's also brands that can deliver today because we've all got business objectives that we need to achieve, but fundamentally help deliver a better tomorrow simultaneously. We think very much about that at Dentsu, as the team have already talked about. We're often thinking about what infrastructure and stones and foundations do we lay now to really set our clients and brands up for the future. So that's what I'm going to give you a bit of a glimpse into in the rest of this presentation today, is how do we think about tomorrow today? Because we think in a converging world, that's the big step change that we need to make. So before I dive into that, a little bit of background about the global perspective and kind of how we're coming here. You're here specifically to talk about India today. From a global perspective, what me and my team do is look at this sort of velocity of change all around the world, in every single country. Where are they in their digital maturity? What are the key step changes that we see are happening? How are consumers behaving and responding? What are the levers for growth and the levers for success? What are the best practice that we are seeing, and how can we scale that and the brilliant ideas that go with that around the world, so that every single brand in every single country can stay ahead of the curve? So it's that real global view, I guess, a convergence of global and local. How do we take the global view, take the learning, but then really center on what we see in local countries to make them fit and, like I say, ahead of that curve? I live in the UK, just to give you an example of some of the different things we're seeing around the world. I live in the UK, and one of the things that really exploded last year was the fast delivery of groceries. Makes my life easy because I've got 4 kids. But what that means is if you run out of yogurt, rice, or baby food, you can get it delivered to your door in less than 10 minutes. I mean, that is just mind-blowing. And in the UK, fast delivery grew by over 125% in H2 of 2021. So all brand new, but the explosive growth is crazy. And at the same time, physical retail spend went down 22%. So what this convergence of local convenience stores and delivery services for food gives us is a whole new retail media opportunity for CPG brands to be direct to consumer, an opportunity that they just never had before and really want to capitalize on in the future. Similarly, in the US, the IAB did some research which predicted some consumer behavior trends post-pandemic. And, you know, they're saying that most of the things that consumers buy in North America will be bought online post-pandemic, will be mainly bought online post-pandemic. Now, given the influence, the global influence that the US market has and the scale of that, that is just ridiculous to think that in the future, more things will be bought online than in physical stores in the US. And there's nowhere more so where that's the case than in China. So we often look for China, certainly when we're looking at digital activities and what's happening there and what do we see coming down the pipe for other countries around the world. Our MD in China often says everything leads to commerce here. Everything is a shopping opportunity in China. In 2020, so just at the start of the pandemic, over 45% of all purchases were made online. And when you start to think about that compared to the UK, which I just talked about, which is around about 27%, and the US, where we talked about this dramatic change that's about to happen, is only at 14.5%. So it just shows you the size and scale in China of the online purchasing behavior and retail environment. But the interesting thing about China is that it's not just because of the speed of digitization of the market, it's actually the consumers. And it's the fact that the consumers in China are remarkably receptive to new technologies and new ways of doing things. So this inventiveness, this openness to embrace new things has really helped drive that sort of adoption and pace of change moving forwards. So when I think globally about kind of what all of this means to us and how can we think about this in a way that can really help brands in different countries, I really love this quote from one of our clients, actually, from Cedric Charbit, who is the Balenciaga CEO. And he says his constant thing is about the future and how does he get the organization to sort of think about the future. And he says we need to set ourselves up to anticipate the change rather than process the change when it's too late. And I think if we're all really honest with ourselves as marketers, 5 years ago, we probably were in that place where we were seeing things happening around us and we were really rushing to try and make sure that we could get ahead of that curve. And now the big step change in this phase of convergence for us is about anticipation, is really looking to the future to make sure that we are future fit when we need to be. Sorry, my laptop then stopped working. And Dentsu's done just that. So Divya talked about some of the transformation work that we've been doing at Dentsu. And in 2021, as Divya said, we created a brand new agency that lives at that intersection of culture, content and commerce that we talked about earlier, that brings brand and performance marketing together and is actually setting up consultancies to help clients look at 2025 and how do they position themselves to get in shape today to be ready for what is to become in the future. So we've reorganized ourselves as well as Dentsu around this converging future. So if I think about what Cedric says and how do we anticipate the changes for the future, and also what we're thinking about is how do you sort of deliver tomorrow today, what I wanted to talk to you about today is some of the key themes that we are thinking about as an organization and sort of the conversations that we are having with some of our clients. There are 6 of those key themes, so I'll skip through them quite quickly. The first of which links to what Abik and Vinod were saying earlier, which is not only are we buying more stuff online, but actually in the future, everything will be shoppable. The technology and the signals available to us now mean that every medium, every channel, and every piece of content will be shoppable. From AR filters to out of home to video to social posts, all forms of entertainment will be shoppable anywhere, anytime. So what does that mean for us? So the digital economy, as we all know, is demand-led, and the interaction is actually initiated and driven by consumers whose expectations are super high. They're really, really demanding. So how do our brands think about this? How do they not only meet those high expectations of consumers when consumers want them to, but also how do they figure out how to start marketing at people, which is a muscle memory that brands and marketers have learned, and start to matter to people. And that's a really important shift in the way we think about relationships between brands and consumers. And in this highly shoppable world, they need to live at this intersection of brand building, which is all about building trust and transparency and being useful and relevant, and sales. How do I drive conversion and optimization in order to be able to deliver consistent, seamless, and frictionless experiences across every interaction point? So how do we work with brands to ensure that they are really at the forefront of making this the most of, but delivering in the right way, this hugely shoppable environment that we're about to move into? So if everything's shoppable, and if the world is becoming more digitized and media is becoming more addressable, this gives us more opportunities to target messages, to drive efficiencies, and actually meet business outcomes much more succinctly. But to be able to do that, we need to think differently about media. We need to think about media through more of a performance lens, because, years ago, brand management, I remember brand management strategies were 5 years ahead, then there were 3 years ahead, and then there were 1, and that was amazing. And now it's about immediacy. So we need to be able to plan media in that way. Brands need to be able to evaluate and benchmark each of their investment choices in the same way, whether they're thinking about traditional.
So I will have to go in a minute. I will.
Sorry, whether that's for traditional channels like TV or performance channels. So at Dentsu, we are developing a series of tools to enable brands that we work with to understand audiences, plan channels, optimize in real time, to give us the agility in media planning that we need for this brave new world. So as well as everything being shoppable and thinking about how we plan and buy media in new ways as we in this massively converged world, we also need to think about new environments. And we talked about the metaverse earlier. Nobody really knows how the metaverse is going to play out yet. It's still very early days, not even Meta, who have just changed their name. And the big question at CES this year was, is the hype of the metaverse going to live up to its hype, or will it just end in disappointment? Who knows? What we do know is there is a rush to buy virtual real estate. We do know, and certainly some of the brands that I work for, there's a lot of testing of selling virtual products in virtual environments. And actually some of those products are going for more money than the actual product would in real life. So some really crazy things happening and being tested in the metaverse, but it's happening in pockets of innovation and isn't fully connected to the overall brand experience. And we haven't really had time to think about how brands should behave in this new virtual environment. But one thing that is for sure, it will further the convergence of online and offline. It'll blur the worlds of gaming and cryptocurrencies and NFTs. So lots of opportunity, but also lots of risks and unknowns that go with the metaverse. We're looking at a number of very specific things when we're talking to our clients. One is meta media. So what does media look like in the metaverse? What will it look like? How do we turn every single signal into an invitation for a consumer to know every facet of a brand in this new virtual environment? And linked to that, how do we link in real life, IRL, to virtual? What does that connectivity really mean? How do we connect real life experiences with digital experiences, with virtual experiences? So we're looking at that in the ecosystem planning to really make sure that we can get those seamless linkages from all of our conversations that our brands are starting in this very blurred and blended world. And what about things that we can take from the physical world into the metaverse? So things like the spatial internet and haptic suits. How can we start to get those senses of touch and feel into a very digital and automated world? And finally, how can we take currencies out of the virtual world and bring them into the real life world? Again, a big talked about NFTs, and one of our clients has been experimenting with how you can sort of gift all NFTs in a loyalty program to then be spent in the real world on products and services. So this sort of exchange, I guess, and convergence of assets and currencies that exist in both worlds and blending them between the virtual and the physical world moving forward. So we've got a lot of experiments going on with the metaverse. We've set up specific teams for some of our clients to really help them shape and get under the skin of what this will mean for them as brands in the future. And linked to all of that, more shoppable, different ways of looking at media, and what do we do with the metaverse? There is this real dichotomy that we're seeing, and we think will continue, which is what the pandemic, or the biggest adoption during the pandemic, was for this contactless environment. So consumers were paying with contactless payment methods. They were using contactless experiences. They were using contactless checkout services. And that was making them feel really comfortable about going back into retail during the pandemic. I think contactless payments went up by over 150% from 2019. 87% of shoppers prefer a touchless checkout to a physical checkout. And actually over 3/4 of global consumers are now saying that they would prefer to continue with contactless payment and contactless experiences, even when we can go back into physical retail. But what this is bringing with it is a real dichotomy. You've got this very technical, automated digital world, and what consumers are craving is the human element. How can we bring that human element into that digital world? And what role do brands play in that? How can they bring human empathy and engagement into this more digital, contactless environment? I saw this crazy stat, which basically said that emotion is going to take charge again. Emotion will come to the forefront. The more digitized, converged, the more accessible technology gets, the more important human emotion will be. And this stat that I saw said that emotion will become an even more powerful way of asserting truth than objectivity or critical thinking. So consumers will make decisions based on gut rather than necessarily the amount of data that they've got in front of them. So this real dichotomy of it's easier and more fluid, simple and seamless, but consumers will rely more and more on their gut instinct when they're actually making decisions and choices. So what can brands do about that? And how can they get at the forefront of that? Well, I think they're very well placed, actually, to be able to do that. I think they should really focus on being transparent to substantiate any claim that they make about their products and services, because everything they say can now be seen. I think they should be at the forefront of the appeal of sustainable and social purpose-led experiences that consumers are really craving for. And it also provides brands a new opportunities to be curators for online and offline human experiences. So really an area that brands can capitalize on and bring that human empathy into the very virtual world that we are moving into. These last two that I wanted to talk about are actually mainly based on the concerns I talked about earlier, the priorities that we're seeing in what is worrying consumers and what they are thinking about in the future. We're seeing increasingly that consumers want more control over every aspect of their lives, and healthcare is right at the forefront of that. There are predictions that by 2030, securing long-term health and well-being will be an increasingly central goal in purchase decision-making for many consumers. And nearly half of the people globally that believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, they'll use technology to predict what will happen with their physical health. And with that, the home will become an increasingly important domain for that self-care, for that new way of looking after yourselves. So what we're predicting, what we're talking to brands about, is that brands will be expected to help consumers enhance their well-being through their products and services. So they'll need to think differently about the impact that their products and services has on the consumers' lives. And with the massive explosion of innovation in this area, from biowearables to skin tech to smart health monitoring in households, brands are able to help consumers make more control. They're able to make experiences more personal, and they're able to enable the consumers to make the better choices, both for their well-being and for their health, and also able to predict and help add value to consumers' everyday lives in the way that they want to live their lives in the future. So really thinking of all brands as healthcare brands. And finally, if healthcare is pervasive, then sustainability really is. Putting ethics at the heart of decision making is now a consumer demand. It's not a nice to have. It's not something that companies do on the side. So what that means is that brands need to think more carefully about how do they deliver the growth that they need for their business, but in an environmental way within the constraints of our planet and the world that we are growing up into. So how do brands integrate ethical principles of good growth into the business of their fabric, of their business operations? And in this highly converged world, as we said earlier, consumers can see absolutely everything that brands do, from supply chains to the company that brands keep. And so when we're talking to clients about kind of moving sort of this more pervasive, sustainable world and behaviors that they need to demonstrate at brands, we're asking them to think about kind of, do the services and solutions and products that they deliver and require extra effort from consumers? Or actually, do they provide consumers with peace of mind? Do they help consumers create a better world? And in a lot of instances, we're talking to clients about what are the adjacent areas to your products and what partnerships could you be linking up with so that your brand can help consumers contribute to sustainability on a more global scale. So securing the future and building long-lasting consumer relationships, we think requires a new kind of thinking and actually a new kind of brand, we believe. And this is a journey and it's only the beginning. So the journey starts here, which is why your conference today is very well timed in terms of, kind of how do we get ahead of and what are the key things we're seeing on this journey. So we sort of pulled together a few tips and things that we talk to some of our clients about and what we think about during the future and how best to prepare ourselves for that future. One is a bias for action. Act now. Tomorrow will come very, very quickly. And tomorrow, in many instances, as we've said earlier, it is definitely here today. Winning in this highly converged world needs superior consumer understanding. Now, lots of the brands we talk to all say that they put consumer at the heart of everything they do, but often that's challenged by clunky internal architecture and legacy issues. And we're working with lots of the brands and our clients to make sure that we make that much more seamless and useful and relevant information so that we can deliver better service and experiences to clients in this more converged environment in the future. We think companies need to be much more organic in their operating model and create space for curiosity to pick up where we're seeing consumers going and try and understand it a little bit more, even if it's only tiny pockets of consumers. So to create that space to be curious. It's really about ecosystem thinking. No longer can we think about single channel. We have to think about the entire ecosystem, the fluid conversation between different channels. I also think it's about creating, I talked about this space earlier, something like an innovation engine. It doesn't have to be a team or a location, but a way of thinking, an innovation engine that's always looking at the future of new technology, things that are happening, and how we think consumers will behave. This will stop us from playing catch up from consumer behavior and enable us to get ahead of what we think the predictive discernible changes will be in the future of the way consumers behave. And this means that we need to think differently about how we test things. We need to learn by doing, try things, test and learn and scale. We need to experiment, create a hypothesis and experiment with it. And in this newly converged world, I think one of the things that we would say is that everything's new and very different. And so, you know what, we're not all experts in it. And so we need to be quite brave and to recruit new people and new experts into our organization to help us develop and adapt our thinking. So that's my whistle-stop tour of globally how we're thinking about convergence. But I would finish by saying that one of the things that we do with our clients, which I find a fascinating exercise, is we ask them to envisage what their consumer will look like in 2030 and what experiences will those consumers expect from them as brands. And then what do those consumers think of that brand as it exists today? And then we spend the next few years making sure that we bridge that gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for your lovely presentation, and you laid out all the details before us. And we do have a couple of questions for you in the chat box coming, so I would like you to take those questions for us. The first question is that what will this convergence mean for the Indian consumer, especially at the grassroots level?
I think that's a really interesting question. And what I find often is we think about convergence more about the technology and brands and businesses, but looking it through the eyes of a consumer is a really, really interesting one. And what we've seen in India is this sort of massive explosion of mobile phone usage and much improved internet. So I think those two things combined, if I think of it at its most simplest level, it means that more experiences, more information, more education will be more accessible because it will be more mobile. And so that accessibility at a mobile level is a really big step change from a consumer angle. I also think actually when we talk about commerce, the explosion of commerce, I think it was Vinod who I heard talking about it earlier on. When you think about things like conversational commerce, social commerce, video commerce, sort of almost sentiment-driven commerce, because India is becoming so much more mobile, I think we'll see that sort of commerce explosion through social. And that will be really interesting because it will open up new retailers to the consumers. It will make it hyper local because as geolocation services get better. So I think it will really open up the sort of purchase world in India as well.
Beautifully answered, Amanda. I have another question for you, and that is, will the digital age brands have an inherent advantage over the legacy brands in the convergence era? How should the legacy brands adapt to this convergence?
Yeah, we work with both. It's really interesting. We work with a lot of digital first brands and obviously a lot of big traditional brands. And I think it's less of a question of where you come from and more about your ability to be able to pivot and to be able to keep up. A failure to adopt because everything is changing so much means you'll get left behind. So I think that's the critical thing. Rather than where you've grown up from, it's more about kind of your mindset and your ability to really adapt and adopt really quickly. When I think about the work we do with the more digitally inherent brands, so brands sort of born in this era, they will definitely have better consumer intelligence because that's what they do. They're essentially mainly direct to consumer brands. So they will definitely have better consumer intelligence. They'll have undoubtedly more sophisticated data and analysis capabilities, and they will be able to react quickly because they're so close to the consumer. But the flip of that is that they'll also focus on the lower funnel. So they'll really be focusing on conversion and short-term ROI. And when I think about the blend, and so some of the more traditional brands that we work with, they have got in their favor emotional attachment. So some of the brands that we're working with who've come from the digital era are now thinking about TV. How do I build my brand? How do I create saliency? How do I become the brand of choice? So that's what more traditional brands actually have. They have that emotional attachment, the ability to build trust, to build empathy and transparency, and that creates the emotional engagement that we need for long-term sustainable growth, I think. So my view is it's less about where your brand has grown up from and more about the ability that we talked earlier about to live at this intersection of culture, content and data, organizing yourself to be able to pivot at that sort of intersection point. And on the back of that, continue to create big ideas and enduring campaigns, and then you'll set up long-term sustainable growth, no matter how converged our media world becomes. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much, Amanda, for answering those questions so beautifully, and you've shared some really amazing insights on how this road to convergence is looking like for the digital advertising world and media for today, and of course, for the years to come. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful insights with us. And now we would like to move ahead with the next sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a day filled with exciting sessions, a robust lineup of speakers. We have A. Balasubramanian, Aditya Birla Sun Life, AMC Limited, AMFI. We have Prasad Pimple from Conclave. We have Sandeep Valunj from Nippon Life India, AMC. We have Somesh Surana, HDFC Ergo, Vishal Parekh from Yahoo. We have Bimal Reba from Trell, Akshay Tapse from AU Small Finance Bank. We have Ravi Santhanam from HDFC Bank, Sadhna Daswani from JSW Paints. We have Shonil Charles from Outbrain. Puneet Jain from HT Media Group, Dheeraj Gupta from Mfiltrate, Bharat Zenade from Versailles Innovation. We have Zuzair Thambawala from Franklin Tremplan, India. We have Resha Jain from Sugar Cosmetics, Roshni Das from Intel Technology Private Limited, and Srinivas B. Vijay Raghavan from Gupshup. So we have a tall list of stalwarts. Those are going to come up and share their insights, their knowledge on this road to convergence. How is the future of digital advertising looks like? So ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning with our first panel discussion now, and which will be talking about business growth with digital media, strategies for growing businesses, returns through digital, and lessons from the success stories of the digital-only businesses. And for initiating this panel, may I please invite Mr. Prasad Pimple, Executive Vice President and Head for Digital Business Unit, Conclave, to join us on the screens, and also Mr. Sandeep Walunj for CMO, Nippon Life India AMC, Mr. Somesh Surana, Head Digital Business Group, HDFC Ergo, Mr. Vishal Parekh, Director Monetization Yahoo, and Session Chair, Mr. Rupam Garg, CEO Dentsu X India, to join us on their screens. And I would request Mr. Rupam Garg, who is also our Session Chair, to kindly initiate the talk, and let's diverge into this interesting session.
Great, Shobna. Thank you. So welcome everybody, Sandeep, Prasad, Vishal, Somesh.
Hey, Rupam. Hi.
Hi. So we are the first panel, and I'm going to start with some provocative question. Maybe Sandeep, if you could answer that question first itself. It's saying, can digital-only business be successful for growth in today's times?
Actually, you want me to begin?
Yeah, Sandeep, if you could take the question.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having this here. I think the question has already been answered, by the great change agent there is, which is time. And time has hastened, process which was on for a fairly long time. But all of us on the digital side of things always we're looking at path to acceptance or a road to acceptance and something, and COVID pandemic has essentially shortened that road, right? So the question is not really whether it is possible to have a digital only strategy, but the question is how can you very quickly get a digital business strategy if you don't have one. And more importantly, for the traditional legacy businesses, how could we compete effectively with the digital-only businesses, right? Especially in BFSI, where most of us operate in. Those are really the questions, right? So what has really happened is, the whole paradigm shift that the pandemic did. The acceptance, has been hastened of the digital-only model. And there are multiple factors that have led to it. The first and foremost being the benefit. People started getting deals, people started getting home delivery, of every conceivable thing. It was just so convenient, and it was always beneficial because, digital typically is associated with deals and offers, and cashbacks and stuff. So people shifted fairly quickly. So that was the first one, which is benefit. The second one is the optimization, right? We could optimize on travel, like people like you and me, Rupam, and my co-panelists. These days we're doing 5 or 6 or 7 meetings in a day, which was not possible in the physical era. So much of optimization have happened. We also have realized that a lot of small talk, has gone away. A lot of the time gets, very gainfully employed to actually physical work. So similarly, consumers have also optimized their life, so they know what to order, how much to order, when to order. They know when the delivery is going to come. Most of the deliveries can be tracked on the phone, and so on and so forth, right? So that's another factor that has led to a very widespread acceptance of the digital only model. In fact, many people prefer that. The third factor, as I said, is convenience. So the travel time to malls, the whole pollution and the parking charges and so on and so forth. More importantly, you could try out things a lot better. Just over the weekend, my daughter was selecting some spectacle frames on Lenskart. And it was such a inconvenient thing. I mean, she could try out like 500 different pairs in like, whatever, half an hour. And it was so, I mean, she could turn her face and, the frame would turn and so on and so forth. So all of those things are so convenient. that obviously now people will think twice or thrice before going to a physical store, go all the way, and then, the model that you want is not there, and so on and so forth. So that's the part. The last part is the whole optimization of life that we have achieved, right? So all of us have become far more efficient, and therefore the digitization, is here to stay, and therefore digital-only business models are also here to stay. Having said that, there are a couple of big challenges that digital-only businesses will have to kind of encounter. First one is, because we are a social animal, and digital-only models typically tend to have very little or no touch and feel. That could have very serious impact on loyalty, because essentially digital typically means deals, and the transaction is very functional. And somewhere some of those psychological aspects will have to be handled, but digital is here to stay, and that's really the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think it's a great insight, and it's actually somewhere linking to what Amanda was talking about, of saying that how convergence is going to operate and things are going to move ahead. Somesh, any thoughts from your side on this?
Yes, thanks, Rupam. First of all, thank you for inviting for such a good conference where I can put my thoughts together. I think a very relevant question, not very simple to answer, but a very relevant question in today's time is digital only, or will digital only strategies or businesses will is good enough or not? While the answer is a tricky one, but I will try and answer that. My view is that, like Sandeep was also saying, yes, digital only business will obviously grow, and it will grow much faster than any other traditional organization. But at the same point in time, we need to understand that we have, it depends on the kind of business that we are talking about. It depends on the kind of products that we are talking about. And then we need to see whether it is only digital or it is a mix of digital or not. Having said that, everyone will have to kind of solve the problems which exist. The pain points the customer needs to be resolved digitally. I mean, for instance, if we talk about a business which we are in, or the financial sector, obviously both traditional and digital businesses will survive, but we'll have to find solutions which are more digital based, which are based on the digital platform. At same point in time, there are certain businesses, if I talk about Amazons of the world, Amazon Prime, OTT, they can only be a digital only business, and there they obviously have much more to do. I think the larger point that we need to understand is that we need to know the customer pain points. We need to understand that customers are changing with time, and we need to match up with their expectations. And hence, yes, digital is there to survive, but both will have to work hand in hand.
Thank you so much. So this is a large question. I've tried to, and I think both of you, Sandeep and Sumesh, tried to capture it quite well. We just move on to the next question, because the length of the questions which are there and the depth of the topic that we have to cover. So my next question is to Prasad. Prasad, if you could talk to us about the success stories of only digital business and lessons which you think come from these success stories.
Yeah. So see, there are so many businesses which have gone successful with their digital only strategy. That's what we have seen across the industries. But I'll take one example here of our discount brokers. So we all know that currently the discount brokers like Zerodha, Upstocks, or Grow, they are significantly growing their customer base. In fact, whatever data I have read in the market, around 75% of the new demat accounts that are getting opened every year are through discount brokers. Now, discount broker, now that business was earlier available traditionally, lot many companies were doing it, but the entry of discount brokers has completely changed the paradigm. It is a true success story. They have not only acquired good number of customers, like I mentioned, 75% of the industry sourcing is happening through discount brokers. At the same time, they are profitable. Like I was reading again in one of the reports that Zerodha has done something like 1,000 crores of profit last financial year. So if they can generate that kind of profit with a significant increase in customer acquisition, I think there's a merit in looking at these success stories in detail. Now, according to me, what has contributed to their success? I think they have solved one problem at a time for all these customers. For example, when earlier a lot of people were not opening the demat accounts, there was a fear that will I be able to do everything on my own? Will I, because in online business, everything is do it yourself. The customers has to get that kind of confidence that this platform, this tool, the way they have simplified the things, the way they have eased out on the processes, the way they have put in their technology in place, that confidence has to go into the consumer's mind that, yes, I can do it on my own. I think this is the number one thing what they have solved for. Number two, I would say what they have looked at is, yes, their product was good. They have reduced the brokerage. They have made it zero at some of the cases. That is anyway there. But another important thing they did, that they provided a lot of flexibility to customers. Because what was happening earlier, that with the SIPs, with the lump sum investments in mutual funds, in stocks, what is happening, a lot of customers were having a long-term commitment into it. If I'm starting the SIP, the traditional brokerages were asking for 12 months SIP, 6 months SIP, 3 months SIP. They simply said, pay when you have money and when you want to pay. So they simply made that proposition flexible. Second thing they did, they made everything affordable. We all know that the mutual fund industry was giving, and Sandeep can correct me if I'm wrong, that was having a 500 rupees SIP starting amount, right, from long time. And people were investing into it. But a lot of these discount brokers made it more affordable. I have seen some of the platforms where now they offer a SIP which is 100 rupees a month. They have gone to that level. They have made it really, really affordable to the customer. So they have given a lot of ease to the customers, simplicity to them, a lot of control by having DIY tools, made it affordable, put in a lot of flexibility, and they have allowed people to do a lot of experimentation. That people have, I have not seen people are doing a lot of intraday trading, they are doing swing trading. I really don't know whether a lot of them have the knowledge to do those things, but because they have made it so simplified, that has resulted into the success with so many transactions happening on the discount brokers platform. So this is how the success story I would talk about. And the key, you mentioned about the lessons from such a success story. I think the biggest lesson from such a success story is simplified to a level, because if you want to succeed in a digital business, you want to create a digital only business with the help of technology, with the help of processes, with the help of your product, simplify it to the level which will give confidence to the customers to do everything on their own. Do it yourself. That's how I look at it.
Thank you, Prasad. Very insightful. Vishal, if I may ask you the same question, it's about success stories of digital only business and what lessons are there from such success stories.
Sure, Rupam. Thanks for that question. I think Prasad has actually covered a lot of things, but let's divide this into two parts just to give everyone a clear idea of building a successful online business or a digital business versus building an online successful digital brand, right? So I think both of that is possible, as I think Sandeep and Sandeep really mentioned about. It depends upon which category, right? And even Somesh spoke about that. That it depends upon the category. For example, it's e-commerce, right? As a business can be really built online. And obviously, I also understand that new age beauty companies like Nykaa, Sugar Cosmetics, Man Company, all of these businesses can be really built online, right? Or even the brands can be built online here, right? But there are larger, where the trust is there in terms of banking ecosystem, right? Or a certain ecosystem, they may lead an omni-channel. I still say that's a part of the digital strategy, but rather than just having or looking at the digital, it should be an overall an omni-channel strategy where everything is linked to digital, right? Like whether it could be connected TV, it could be digital out of home, or it could be any part of the game, right? So I believe that all of this is here to stay, and it will go increasing, but it will evolve into an omni-channel, which could be a part of the digital strategy in itself. And we have seen large part of the businesses, Rupam. In fact, you could be a great advocate of that. That a lot of things from out of home is now moving to programmatic digital out of home, right? And a lot of television people are talking about efficacy by doing through OTT, which is through connected TV. So I think there are a lot of things which are evolving, right? So one of the example which I can because we are in the BFSI panel right now, I can completely see that. One of the thing which I saw, which was really built well, especially with coming Yahoo as one of the platform, was research and ranking, right? So I just recollected this while Prasad was talking about the discount broker, which could be Zerodha, right? So these companies, while a lot of people do not have the understanding, right, of what equity they need to buy or they need to sell, and at what time entry has to be there, what time exit has. So this company kind of come up with a knowledge and education bank with a lot of researchers, and they tried to sell that, right? And they created an amazing UI, a clear-cut part, in terms of subscription model, monthly subscription model. They'll get X amount of thing, and that really worked well for them. And we have seen success, and especially in the Yahoo with that campaign. So it really transforms, right? Because there are a lot of people who wants to trade. The brokers are available online, but they still don't know what to buy. They don't trust the people who are saying, okay, buy this, right? Maybe they want to understand why this, right? And that's why the people are now looking at the subscription model and fine to pay, which was not earlier the case. So yeah, there are a lot of digital brands and businesses which could be built online completely with the omni-channel help. Coming to what are the key success story, right? We all would accept in a certain way that with digital only, right? The buying has become, or probably the acquisition of a customer has become really easy, right? Unlike before. And the key lessons which is learned that you need to find out what is the problem, right? The real problem which we're trying to solve for the consumer. Second could be, we can easily track where these consumers are coming from. The key or the global mantra would be the right attribution, right? I think that is where a lot of marketers find a challenge. Should we give a last click attribution? Should we give a unified? So I think attributing it to the right piece is going to be the key in time to come. And if these lessons are learned right by a lot of traditional companies or the key marketers, I think this will evolve over a period of time and get us to the next phase, as somebody did mention about the post-digital era kind of thing. So this is what I can sum up.
Great, Vishal. Thank you for your input. Now, just moving on, Sumit, this question will be for you. What can other business learn from digital only business?
Sure. So I think, Rupam, a lot of things that can be learned from digital only business. Some of the things I think Vishal very nicely explained as well. The challenges that we have in the other business. I mean, the first and foremost, or other advertising platforms, first and foremost, that who do I attribute it to? And this business model clearly gives us in true sense what performance marketing or performance advertising is, and hence each and everything can be tracked. May it be drop off analysis that you do while people come on your website. Typically what we need to understand is that days are gone when we used to consider customer as or make customer segmentation only based on age and where they reside at. I think one of the important things that people need to learn, and the example that we've been talking about, Zerodha or similar success stories, that people need to understand that consumer now is not just based on the geography and the age or certain parameters. We need to divide these consumers into product focused consumers, price sensitive consumers. There are certain who are browsers. There are certain customers who really want to kind of do research and they're here only for research. They might go to any other channel and buy from you. And likewise, we need to segment these customers in a manner which you even do in your traditional or other channels as well. And the second most important point is, like Prasad said, like Vishal said, that most of these successful digital businesses have been able to solve a customer problem. They could identify the customer problem, they could resolve the customer problem. It could be trust, it could be reach, it could be, Sandeep said, convenience, that I can conveniently order things sitting at my home. And the problem statement was, people were saying, what do I do if I need to return it? When I go to a shop, I try 10 things and I then choose what I need to wear. They said, fine, we'll do free deliveries at same point in time, we'll take it back if you don't need it. That's a very small problem statement that they tried solving. And hence, a lot more customers started coming to these platforms. Swiggy, for that matter. I mean, COVID was an opportunity for them, and they started Insta deliveries, right? Most of us are now using Instamart for those deliveries, and their subscription rate has gone up. Now, these are certain things that we need to learn. We need to be agile. We need to consider consumer pains and solve it in a manner that becomes absolutely simple, absolutely flawless from a customer perspective. Having said that, it's not only onboarding that needs to be looked at, and all the processes that are involved in a customer journey also needs to be looked at. From an insurance perspective, we also need to look at how we can digitize, and we've done so many things around that how can we digitize our claims. I mean, most of our claims today are based on our AI, where we do all of these claims, right? This is nothing but making the customer journey simple, right? So we need to solve all these problems in a way, and this is what somebody or other business needs to learn from us. And like I said, this customer is changing. Customer changes every now and then, and the expectation of this customer is changing. So all the businesses, whether digital, not digital, they need to change with the customer.
Absolutely. So much great thoughts, actually. I think digital business taught about the speed with which we need to respond to evolving consumer. And of course, the consumer is evolving at a speed which is like everybody's trying to just keep up and catch up to it. Sandeep, any thoughts from you on this?
Yeah, sure. So you spoke about, both of you spoke about the speed and the evolution. I think the biggest lesson that all of us can draw from the success of digital-only businesses is the segment of one. That's how I say it. We just heard about micro segmentation. I would say it has gone to segment of one. Now, segment of one is me as an investor or me as a consumer, and specifically me, and a segment of one. What are some of those aspects, right? The first one is, obviously, the content that I need. The great example of Zerodha or Grow and some of those platforms is so much of content is in there that you could actually study if you wish to, and really be a good investor before you start investing. Right, so you gave me the content that I was looking for. Sometimes you could also, give me personalized content if you have enough information about me. So the personalization, from that perspective. The second one is the UI UX, aspect. Right, so this is a huge change. If I really, as I come from mutual fund industry, if I see the way we were, before the advent of, this whole digitization, and today what we are is a sea change. And some of these digital-only players have such better UI UX, and I'm saying it openly on a forum, that it is worth learning a lot from. Because they understand, because the interface is only digital, right? For them, there is no physical interface. So obviously, they put all of their energies onto making that interface better, and that's something that we can all learn, to be better. The third one is the delivery personalization, or the segment of one delivery. Most of these new age delivery, last mile delivery network can give you actually tracking on your mobile phone as to where is your server, how far away is your she, what is the expected time of delivery, and the details of that. And you could, rate each and every transaction, which I think gives a lot of control to me, a lot of confidence to me. I remember when Olas and Ubers happened, quite a lot of my female colleagues said that the biggest advantage is I know who's going to be picking me up, and my parents or my husband can track where that vehicle is. So I believe that that's a huge advantage, and we can learn from that as well. The next one is control. Somebody mentioned that word. It's a very, very beautiful word. You're giving control into the hands of your customer. He or she can choose. He can choose the amount. He can choose the time. right? So it doesn't have to come to you when your office is open. They can transact whenever they want. They can return the goods if they don't like. They can ask you questions and so on and so forth. Every query or complaint can be tracked personally and stuff like that. And the flexibility, which is again a great lesson that we all can learn from the digital only. They can give it to you the way you want. They can classify it the way you want. There are some ETFs that allow you to choose the stocks that you want in your ETF, right? Which is really something that we all can learn. So those are the hard lessons, and there are two strong enablers that we can learn, right? One is the use of data. My goodness, the way the data gets used, the way data gets generated about your persona, your purchase habits, the way it is curated, the way it is augmented, getting it from first party, second party, third party, higher order CDPs, outstanding. I mean, you get a clear picture of who are you talking to. You can customize your offers. You could customize the product, and so on and so forth. So use of data is, I guess, a strong enabler that we all can learn. And then at the brand level, all of us are marketeers essentially. I think differentiation is also another thing that I kind of admire. Each of these digital alternatives have positioned themselves very, very well. Digit Insurance, for example, said we are only digital. And you see the whole communication, the whole positioning, every aspect of that positioning is very different. In the Me Too world of BFSI, I think those two enablers, use of data and differentiation, stand very tall for me, apart from the segment of one, which is a great legacy that, these businesses have left behind for the rest of us. Thank you.
Great, Sandeep. Sandeep, actually, I have a follow-up question with you, which actually will just take the conversation forward in terms of what you were just talking about. Are there any specific digital strategies different sectors may adopt to gain the most from these learnings?
So I just said, segment of one. Now that's a huge one. That's a universal one. Everybody, can do a segment of one. I've seen automobile makers, leveraging that very effectively to do localized deliveries, customization of the cars, and so on and so forth. To something as frequently used as a food. Customized offers get sent. If you like something, they will tell you that this is what you like. So therefore, here is the next suggestion, that we have, and so on and so forth. So I think segment of one is a huge lesson. Use of data, I mentioned, we all used to use data. Big data wasn't there, but the way, it has been taken to a completely new level. By augmenting it, by collaborating with others, by tracking that, by doing things like forecasting and various machine learning models on that, to really predict when is it that you're going to be ready for your next upgrade, and so on and so forth, are some of the very clearly things that everybody can learn. And the second one, which is a derived, kind of a learning, is differentiation, right? Because the moment you respect your customer as a segment of one, you got to be also thinking as to how can I be more meaningful, this to this customer. And digital only, have so much less of other contact. There's only physical screen contact, right? So therefore, they have tried very, very hard to differentiate themselves. And I think all of us need to learn that, to be better in whatever we do. So whatever I said was very, very universal, and I think all of us need to.
Oh, absolutely, Sandeep. The meaningful part, which you use as a phrase, I think it's very, very critical, because the brands need to be meaningful and differentiated to build brands to start.
Sorry, there is one more thing that just struck my mind, and I think the long-term sustainability, that is also pretty strong. Meaningfulness, or what you stand for, and so on and so forth. The culture that the brand represents. I think those things are also becoming very, very relevant. Which is a fallout of digitization. You can say it is because the way consumer has evolved in that fashion, but I think it is also something to do with the advent of social media. The kind of individualism, as well as the long-term thinking that everybody has gotten into. In investing, 55% of all the money invested in developed market last year was invested behind sustainable, investment vehicles, right? So that's becoming a very, very strong trend that all of us need to go through.
Yeah, because as Amanda was talking about, now these days consumers can actually figure out what is the supply chain from where you are getting it to everything. And these days, consumers are becoming conscious of that. Yeah. Thank you, Sandeep, on that. Somesh, do you want to add to that, actually, please?
I think a lot of us have covered in bits and pieces. I think larger thing that we need to understand is that digital strategy or digital plan helps you in scaling up at a much faster pace. The reach that it gives you is enormous. I mean, today a seller sitting in one part of the India could never think of distributing those products in the remotest of the part of our nation, and that's what it does. So the scalability and the kind of expansion that we can think is something amazing that we need to understand. Also, like I said, attribution in terms of while you're onboarding a customer, or attribution in terms of even after onboarding, what are the kind of interactions that you're having? How can you make life of the consumer simple? Even post-sales experience of the customer needs to be looked at. So the customer experience before he or she is buying your product and the service, and after he or she is buying your product and the service, entirely needs to be looked at. There are certain aspects that we need to understand. It will evolve. I mean, the consumer will evolve, the ecosystem will evolve. I mean, there are so many things where we need to break the journeys. And specifically, when I talk about our sector, while we would want to do everything, do it yourself from a consumer perspective, but there are certain things from a risk underwriting perspective, removing the fraudulent elements. There are certain things that needs to be looked up. The ecosystem needs to be developed in such a manner. Industry, regulator, all of us need to work together on that. One of the most important things, Rupam, that I would like to add, other than that we've been talking about, also is the product that we need to look at. What we've realized over a period of time, and all the success stories that you need to look at. One, they have understood the customer. They've tried resolving the pain points from an onboarding and post-sale service perspective. They also looked at product and how can we simplify these products. And that is very important that we need to understand, and that will help in the overall way how different sectors adopt to these digital specific strategies. I think largely these are the things that I would like to talk about. Insurance as a specific sector, there, like I said, from an onboarding to the entire experience of the consumer needs to be looked at. I mean, we have now crossed the level where we call ourselves a digital insurer. Now we need to call ourselves AI first company, and that is where we need to work upon, is what I feel about.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you. Prasad, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, so Sandeep and Somesh have already covered most of the points, but I'll just add one point into this digital strategies across industries. Every sector has taken a different approach to digital business. If I talk about FMCG, they are predominantly talking about the digital strategy to get the reach. More and more reach they can get out of digital platforms is what they are looking forward to. And another side, we have BFSI industry, which is predominantly more into getting the final conversions, getting the leads. So FMCG is currently more on the top of the funnel, whereas BFSI is more into the bottom of the funnel, the programmatic, the performance led, everything is where the BFSI is currently focusing on. I think what I believe that in digital business, the brand plays equal role, if not more. So what I believe that when we are talking about these digital strategies, the BFSI industry should take a leaf out of FMCG industry or e-commerce industry and ensure that they are building that digital brand. They should adopt a digital strategy which is more about full funnel rather than always running behind the leads, the cost per lead, and finally what kind of conversions they are getting. That approach has to be more about full funnel. The approach has to be more about building the awareness, creating the consideration, and then using the audiences creating through this awareness consideration link to generate the leads out of it. That's how I look at it. Even from the insurance industry, the life insurance industry, I think that approach is going to be more beneficial than just running behind the people to force them to start a journey, force them to get the code, then run behind them to get them converted. I think it's all about giving that control flexibility to the consumers. Ensure that they find value in dealing with you. They find that easiness in dealing with you. They find that value in dealing with you. And they find or they get that confidence of doing everything on their own. I think that's where I look at it from the overall digital business strategy. Get the reach, and then ensure that those customers get easy processes to fulfill their requirements.
Absolutely, Prasad. I mean, the convenience and the interaction with the consumer has to be the best in class. And we've talked about the UI UX also, how it's evolving and things are changing. Vishal, any thoughts from your side on this?
I think they've covered it all, but I love the way Prasad summed it up, right? Like, I think what was there on my mind when you asked that question to Sandeep was the full funnel approach, which is the IDA model, what we call in the marketing terminology, right? Is completely missing somewhere in the digital strategy today, right? Nobody looks digital as a full funnel approach. Most of them is looking at the lower funnel of conversion, right? And that is where one of the biggest challenge as a publisher or as a platform, we need to come up with a solution, and omnichannel is one of the answer to that, right? And the key is the messaging, right? On what frame you are trying to acquire that consumer, right? It's going to be very important, and that's why I say IDA model is one of the things which we need to focus from a branding to a conversion strategy. We need to look at this at a full funnel approach with the omnichannel strategy, and right message to the right person, which is relevancy in the measure. Sandeep spoke about meaningfulness, right? Personalization, relevancy, and scalability. I think these are the overall. I can just sum it up on that. That's what we all meant to say.
Absolutely. So Vishal, one more follow-up question with you. It's on the supply side. How do you think DSPs need to evolve, and what changes need to be brought about to actually build on the digital brand?
That's a very good question. I think it's already evolved to a level, but it will be an always, as our industry itself is an always evolving industry. But one of the key thing, right, is more or less a lot of DSPs have started becoming an omni-channel, and we have been one of the leaders globally that Yahoo DSP is an omni-channel, right? So we are connected with connected TV, right? So we have Samsung TV. So you name the brand, which will be Voot, MX Player. All of them is a part of the connected TV platform right now, right? Including Samsung, and a lot of other smart TVs are coming up with their own connected TV channels. Whether we talk about digital out of home, there are a good amount of aggregators, which includes Lemma, Add-on-Mo, and Moving Walls. There are a lot of companies who have already evolved to a programmatic digital out of home, right? Now, the biggest thing is to make marketers engage and understand that the way they look at digital, right, Rupam, that is to change with the supply as well. That lot of education is now happening from our side to a lot of people, because digital, when we talk, it's largely about 101. But when we talk about connected TV, or when we talk about digital out of home, we talk in a multiplier of 4 or 5, because it's not the one-to-one screen what you're talking about. So I think it is evolving, and it will be an always evolving thing, like audio, right? In a car, programmatic audio. So we connected with Spotify, Ghana, you name it, and we are all connected with that. So I think supply has evolved already, and it's far ahead right now before the time comes for India, because India is going to take a little bit of time and overall adoption of the omni-channel, but we are well prepared from a DSP side.
Good, Vishal. Thank you. We have just about a minute left. Sandeep, would you like to add to this question? Because supply side, of course, is an important element of the whole.
I think I think Vishal covered most of it. I'm going to be talking about two anti-learnings, or something that we all need to be mindful about. Right. One is, and since we spoke a lot about the discount brokers and stuff like that, we as manufacturers have to do quite a lot of unlearning of some of these investors, who came in without too much of a thinking. And educate them about the right way of using the product, right? So because a product like mutual fund, which is a little difficult product to, kind of use, because it was democratized to such an extent that anybody could invest whichever way. And this is true more on the equity side. And the kind of demat accounts got opened up. Everybody had a demat account, and then most of them didn't know what to do with it. And as a result of which, there were negative experiences. So we have to be very conscious about, helping our hand-holding the investors to unlearn some of the wrong things that they may have learned, because not everything can be learned on your own. Sometimes you need an expert. So one aspect is that. And second positive aspect of that is we have to very quickly make changes to the products that we kind of offer. The great example here is passive investing. In mutual funds, all mutual funds were active for a very long time, and suddenly, because of this democratization, people started taking a lot of interest in passive. As a result of which, all of us had to really quickly repurpose our portfolio, launch some of the new products, communicate aggressively on that side of it. So getting the product suite ready for the supply. So supply is in place, as Vishal said, but the learning, unlearning of the investors and getting, making changes to your product mix and getting some of the more relevant products ready are some of the aspects on the supply side that we all have to be very careful about.
Great. Thank you, Sandeep and Prasad, Somesh, Vishal. Great inputs from all of you. This brings to an end to our panel one discussion. Shobna, over to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for conducting that very engaging session. I think you shared some of really great insights from your experiences in your digital journeys and exploration so far. Thank you very much for that lovely session. Thank you, Rupam, for moderating it for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to what's next on the agenda. Now, over the years, technological developments regarding the internet, combined with its increasing commercial use and the rapidly growing number of internet users worldwide, have not only shaped the evolution of online advertising and produced different forms of digital advertising, but have also given rise to new advertising business models and new markets and level players. To know more about this, please stay connected, stay tuned to this event, and we will be sharing more insights from today's business leaders in the sessions. Those are going to be coming forward. But also, please don't forget to keep tweeting at hashtag Dentsu e4m report to stay engaged with the conversations happening in this event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with the next session. Our next session is with Mr. Bimal Reba. His passion for cultures, languages, and making information accessible led him to kickstart Trell as COO and co-founder. Since the age of 18, he has been a part of the Telugu film industry, taking up both the roles of cast and crew due to his passion for content, be it films, TV shows, and now on-the-move content. Along with content, he shares the love for data, being a gold medalist in ECE engineering from JNTU. He will now join us and present on tapping into the video and vernacular social content to scale up your businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bimal Reba, COO and co-founder for Trell.
Thanks, Shobha, for the kind introduction. Since we have 10 minutes on the clock, it's a very interesting subject where we together here at the organization are what we are building from the past 3 years and how we look at e-commerce evolving in the next 3 to 5 years. But without much delay, let me quickly share some screens if that's possible, and then take you through what we are building. So just quick introduction about Trell. We are a video commerce platform. We are an influencer-led e-commerce platform where users on the platform discover content under various lifestyle categories such as beauty, fashion, home decor, DIY in more than 10 languages. That means most of the users have access to this content interest categories in their own language, but most importantly in a mobile-first format and in a very snackable format, which is not beyond 2 minutes on the platform. Users also get an ability to discover products and services through this content from their favorite influencers and are able to purchase these products and services from the video within itself with a single click of a button. Now, this is where we envision e-commerce evolving into as one of its key wings, where it enables people to quickly not only discover products in their own language, but also educate themselves in terms of how to use that product from the influencers, trust them because they see the influencers using it on themselves, and also buy them through a very simplistic user interface. Now, that's what we call a social commerce platform. But most importantly, we're going a bit wider here, where I want to talk about how brands of tomorrow and today can leverage both video and vernacular and social content to scale up and penetrate deeper into the markets. So just to talk about why it is very important, as we, this is one of the key surveys that was done by Bain. If you look at, the entire landscape of India, even though there are 800 million odd internet users, you would see the bottom funnel, the number of users who are actually shopping online being only 170 million. That means there's a huge drop off between number of users who are actually online and the number of users who are actually shopping. Now, when we went with this survey and also did our own internal survey, we understood that one of the key factors of why it's not happening is people are not able to trust or are not able to find relevant products, and most importantly, understand the usage of these products when they're coming online to purchase. Now, because of this sole reason, we are actually seeing this gap not reducing, and thereby we need video and vernacular to ensure that e-commerce experience becomes more inclusive and diverse as we move forward. But who are these users, and why is it very important for us? If you look at it, right, this is one of very personalized way of understanding how e-commerce is divided. Indian users are divided when it comes to mobile infrastructure in India. So we call it an India 1, India 2, India 3. So India 1 is a highly monetizable base, which is already existing, which we call the first 50 million, who are accustomed to how to purchase online. But what is most important is to understand that India 2 is now upcoming and they are ready to buy online. But if you see the size of this India 2 as a market, it is, in terms of volume itself, when it comes to number of people, it is 4 times. That is, you have 210 million users with an average per capita income of $1,400 and above. And if you see, the total spending power is twice as that of India 1. That means by simply tapping into spaces such as video, vernacular, and making it more relatable and localizing, you are able to tap into a market that is twice in terms of spending power. Now, the other important aspect to it is, if you also look into it, not only these users are coming online, but the internet penetration or adoption is still low. That means the potential for the future growth is also immense. If you look at some of the key markets where we also focus upon, like the TTMK markets or Bengal markets, the penetration is still around 18 to 21%. That means there's an immense scope of growth. But at the same time, if you look at the users who are already online, is also huge. That means if you look at people today consuming content, there are 500 million users who actually watch video content in vernacular languages in India at least once on a monthly basis. But if you look at the number of shoppers, it's again 170 million. So that's the kind of a divide between people consuming content and people purchasing online. So that is where video and vernacular would help brands to leverage and reach out to these audiences. So now, as I talked about, one of the key stats is if you look at 18 plus Indians who watch video content online, this 325 million, that means every 2 out of 3 people who are online today watch video content. Now that's the size of the market. And this is the summary of what I've been talking about. Out of the 750 odd million, only 110 are shopping. But if you look at 450 are using social, and 500 million people are actually watching a video online. That means by having these 2 levers, you would ensure that the brand is reaching out to 5x more audience base that you're currently reaching out to. Now, as we move forward and double tap on it, beyond video and vernacular, though it helps for the reach, what are the users? What are these users actually looking forward to? Right? If you look at them, we see that they have a very limited purchase clarity. That means they do not know what they're looking for. By being in their own language, you're not only able to address to them, but you're also able to create relatable and educational content to them, right? Second is they have very high experimentative in nature. That means they want to try multiple brands. They are open to try out newer brands if they have access, provided they have access to that. I mean, one of the key evidences that we have from our platform itself is when we talk about categories such as beauty and personal care, tier 2 market or India 2 market for us, actually they have higher average order value, that is 20% more than tier 1 audiences. And secondly, they have more frequency of purchases, that in a year, they at least come back 1.5 times more than tier 1 or India 1 audiences to purchase these brands. And most importantly, they've been highly experimentative. If there's a new brand or a new product or a service that they see which is not available in the local markets, they are happy to spend that additional rupee to buy them and try it out. But having said that, they are sometimes price conscious. That means customizing your services and products to those markets, localizing and having it the right price point, made great top line addition to some of the brands that we have worked on Trail as a platform. And just to, since I've talked a bit of a macro as a picture, but let me also give you an anecdotal evidence in terms of how it actually happened on the platform as Trail too. If you talk about one of the key learnings, this is one of the case studies which actually opened up our minds when we were trying to build this platform, is we had this user she goes by the name of Anvesha, and she was newlywed and from a tier 2 city in West Bengal. She never purchased a beauty and a personal care product online before coming on Trail as a platform. She always used to make purchases in the local store. The reason was she never understood how to use the product. But what happens is when she's on Trail, she actually discovers an influencer on the platform with the name of Anushka Azra. She watches her content and she understands that she has a similar skin tonality, similar problem statements when it comes to skincare. And she actively looks at all the videos that Anushka posts on the platform. And then what we see is in the span of 6 months, not only she gets introduced and educated about beauty and personal care as a space, but she was able to purchase 38 products within the span of 6 months. And every time she came onto the platform, she at least purchased with an average order value of 850. Now that's the power of diversification for you, right? By simply being in the own language, localizing for the tastes and using video and influencer, these brands were able to better communicate the proposition to the end user and then also make sale upwards worth of 850 every time Anvesha used to find anything relatable. Now, this is just one story, but this story would become the household story going forward for India 2 markets for all the languages across India. Similar was what we've seen with other brands that have leveraged such kind of case studies to their benefits, where they've integrated strong content, strong narrative, strong storytelling with certain influencers and in certain languages with a razor sharp focus in terms of making relatable content. And they've seen tremendous results just by one video. Like some brands have sold close to 1,000 plus products through just one video by ensuring that they were creating relatable content to the end user. Now, the next decade, as we speak about, even decade is too long term for us, because even today, as we see, the barrier to entry has become substantially lower when it comes to creating new brands online, right? So that means most of the D2C brands, which are not existing 3-4 months back, today are commanding a substantial chunk of market share by solely creating products that people love the most. And this is going to only accelerate, but that means by 2025, you would have close to 6,000 to 7,000 D2C brands only in few categories propping up, where they'll be creating this niche solutions. That means the competition is going to be it's going to be a highly competitive environment. So that means not only launching products would be important, but scaling would be very important for most of these brands in a very competitive environment. So that's why what we see is, whenever someone focuses upon, ensuring that they're using video and vernacular and creating relatable content, but doing this on a day-to-day basis by engaging with influencers. That is not only doing it while it comes up to new product launches, but doing it on a day-to-day basis to stay relevant to the end user and educating the end user in terms of that particular category makes them, to acquire users at a lower cost and also keep them loyal to their, loyal customers across the growth journeys, right? This becomes very important during scaling stages. And that's why I think one of the key things as we see, D2C is highly important because even the omni-channel brands as of today, as we speak to them, but due to the pandemic in the last 2 years, digital has become a key strategy for even the offline brands as we speak, whether it comes to fashion, beauty, personal care, whatever segments that they thought they were happy with just being offline, now are started moving digital first or making digital as the key channel. But if you see one of the three key pillars are marketplace distribution, that means having multiple platforms, making your brand ubiquitous for customers whenever they want to shop. Social shopping, that means building networks. Wherever you're present, ensure that as a brand, you are garnering followership on that particular platform, because this as a currency will only compound. It will help you to have direct channels of communication with your fans and customers on a day-to-day basis. And most importantly, visuals, video, and vernacular, which we touched upon today. These will be three key for the brands as they move forward to. And just to summarize in terms of what I talked about, every time a brand is there catering to India market, ensure that you're focusing on inclusivity and diversity by ensuring that you create localized and relatable content in all languages in the markets that you're present in. Unless until you do not do this, you will not cater to their taste, and you will not be relatable to the end consumers. You got to have a very tight control over supply chain and inventory management, but at the same time, you got to have very sharp pricing strategies. It's one shirt fits all will not work going forward in this digital first environment. You need to have different product offerings, different service offerings, and different price sensitiveness for different markets, by only which you could become a market leader or one or two in those specific markets. And obviously, you need to have a very good relationship with marketplaces whenever you are trying to have your digital first strategy adopted. So these are some of the key things. And just before I end this, I just talk about how this journey happens on Trell. As I briefly touched upon, this is how Trell's journey also looks like. As I briefly touched upon while I begin with, you can actually, as a brand, come get yourself listed onto the platform. Through influencer, get educational content created around your products in more than 12 languages on the platform, where users will not only be able to see the educational content, if they like what they see, they can quickly add that particular product to the cart, see the reviews if they want to, again in their own languages through multiple influencers, and then buy from the video within itself. So this is how the future of shopping would look like. It's very inclusive, diversive, and it's the most fun way to shop. And this is where social commerce comes in, and this is how most of the brands should look to addressing this young population who's coming online, more specifically in lifestyle categories or consumption upgrade categories. So that brings this session to an end. Happy to answer any queries if you have.
Thank you so much, Bimal, for taking that session in such a short span of time and explaining us the importance of the vernacular, languages and the local languages and the influencers and the other aspects of digital advertising and how it's going to look like for brands. Thank you so much for joining us on this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to keep tweeting about today's event at hashtag Dentsu e4m report. And as you all know, the impact of digital media brought about a technological revolution. Digital media had such a wide-ranging influence on modern society, We call this new period in the industrial history, the information age, as they say it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the next very interesting panel coming up. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to catch the live session. And once again, we would like to thank our partners who made this event possible, irrespective of all the restrictions and everything else that's going out in the outer world. Our presenting partner, HT Media Group, helping brands reach 270 million Indians trusted through trusted content every day. Co-powered by our partners ABP Live, Ke Saath Jante Raho, Woot Non-Stop New, Yahoo, and Josh, India's favorite short video app. We would like to play a partner AV for all of you. Let's have a look. A big thank you and shout out to all our partners who made this event possible. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, our next panel discussion is going to be on performance and creativity, the digital stack, the evolution of digital media outputs from pure performance driver to performance plus branding. And to take the session forward, may I please invite Mr. Akshay Tapse, Senior Vice President, Digital Marketing, AU Small Finance Bank, to join us on the screens. We also have Mr. Ravi Santhanam, CMO Head Corporate Communications and Liability Products and Managed Programs for HDFC Bank, Ms. Sadhana Daswani, Head Brand and Digital for JSW Paints, Mr. Shawneel Charles, Managing Director India for Outbrain, and also the session will be chaired by Mr. Vinod Thadani, Chief Digital Officer, Media, Dentsu, and CEO, iProspect, to join us on the screens. And I would request Mr. Thadani to take this session forward and initiate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobha. Thank you, Shobha, for introducing us to the panel. And I welcome all my co-panelists. Thank you so much, guys, for joining the Dentsu panel today. We'll immediately get on to the panel and the questions which we have framed for today. Getting in, I wanted to understand, if I have to ask, digital historically been seen as a media driving performance, while traditional media, if you see, has always been driving the creative or so-called the branding. That's always been a kind of a, if you see from a marketeer's lens, the kind of briefing or thought process which we've been seeing. So before I jump into other creative-led or digital stack-led performance questions, I just wanted to open this to the forum today to understand what's your point of view on this. Maybe Akshay, Ravi, Sadhana. The question is to the marketeers, and then Shawneel, I'll come to you for a question which I have in mind for you. Anyone can go first, and the rest.
Let me go first. So thanks, Vinod. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts here. I just looked back 15 years back, what happened when digital came in. And at that time, the CMOs were all asked the question, you spend a lot of money, what is the impact of that? What is the impact of that? So when digital happened, suddenly something called as performance became easy for a marketeer. So you can actually measure the performance. So digital is not about performance marketing. Digital is about measuring the performance of any campaign. But the easiest thing to do was to show the performance in terms of a click leading to something called a website visit and whatever it is. And that's how it started. And the CMOs went running to the CFOs and said, hey, see, I can measure, so give me more money. And then if you look at various industries, CPG suddenly started looking at it and said, I can't even drive sales on this digital channel. So what do I do? Because I can't just keep, if it is a banking product, for example, where I work now, it's easy for me to say that here is a click coming to an application form, there is an account open, everything done. Sales can be attributed. But when it comes to CPG, the people in the CPG industry were thinking like, everybody talks about digital. If I don't do anything in digital, what happens to me? So I also have to adopt digital. And good, they adopted digital because they couldn't do anything on the performance side. And slowly, digital as a medium for creative also started. I think the agency side was a little bit slow in my view in terms of seeing digital as a brand building medium because of the fact that it was more about performance and the other stuff which was attributable, measurable, which was easily available. And the platforms also did not have a clear performance metric for the brand campaigns or the creative work that you can do on a digital. So I think that came later compared to the early performance measurements on thing. And I think it's an industry evolution. Today, I don't think the right marketeers use only for performance marketing. If they are still doing it, it's more because of the fact that they do not understand how to measure the brand metrics on a digital campaign. And once they have the technology and the tools in place, I'm sure everybody will go towards the full funnel marketing on digital.
Akshay, would you like to add on to what Ravi said on this point?
Sure, Vinod. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this forum. I think I completely agree with Ravi in terms of digital being a performance measuring platform or a channel, and sometimes it actually gets cursed also for a lot of digital marketers because they are asked too many questions which ATL guys pass through quite easily. But I think so we have been obviously at AU Bank, we have been running an overall 360-degree campaign for the year this year. Quite lucky to be leading that at the digital front. And I think we have completely blurred out the lines between a mainline / ETL, or whatever you call it, and a digital, because technically a user who is watching a TV will also obviously watch his or her phone, will also surf on internet, will also be maybe looking at YouTube videos, will also be hearing to radio and stuff like that. I think that blurring has already happened. In fact, our recent brand track report also helped us in understanding that digital has been the second most highest impact driving channel for us in between our media mix, which we have been able to create, primarily because maybe because of the higher frequency, because of the relevancy or the targeting. I think people do recall the ads when they see it maybe 10, 15 times over a period of a couple of months or so, which probably on a mass media, it becomes difficult to achieve that kind of frequency for one sort of a person. So I think, yes, digital has been, or I believe most of the marketers will be using it for branding nowadays. But yeah, performance, I think from BFSI sector, I think BFSI also was one of the leading sector to drive performance on digital channels for a good period of time. And but yeah, I think BFSI also started learning how to do branding on the channel.
Sadhna, any inputs from you on this?
Yeah, so thanks. First of all, thanks, Vinod, for inviting. And good evening, everyone. Let me just slightly go back to, before the performance marketing era, right? We all of us as a marketers, because we've seen the non-digital and a digital era, we've initially started that, any campaign that I could do where I could get millions of impressions. And then a lot of us started questioning impression se hota kya hai. And then to an era where we started doing performance, and performance also was purely, doing lead generation. And there also we started, questioning, are these leads good enough? Are we getting, enough and more conversion? Or can we use this money and do something, on ground? I think today, in last couple of years, and thanks, I shouldn't say thanks to pandemic, but I think in terms of thought process, it's really accelerated our how we look at digital. Earlier we used to say digital karna hai. Today we say what all things we can do in digital. If one of the reports that I was reading, it said that 8 out of 10 people are spending, time online. And where are they spending time on, right? Social media is one of the things, but they have gone beyond social media. Today you have OTT, today you have gaming platform, we are doing banking online, we are, people are playing games online. So there is enough and more available online. So I think the question really for us as a marketeers, I think how we can really create a connection between what all things we do. So I would like to really say that how do we create a connection in a very disconnected led kind of communication and marketing. I think if we manage to do that, there is a very different way and an angle of looking into digital. That's what I think.
Sure. Actually, that brings me on. If the earlier panel, there was one of the panelists, which was Prasad. He actually spoke about that as a BFSI, as a category, we generally talk about bottom of the funnel, and we straight away talk about, and Ravi spoke about the same thing, that BFSI as a category, we were always talking about leads, but upper funnel is equally important. Hence, I wanted to understand when we talk about a consumer journey, and in a consumer journey, there is no upper funnel and bottom of the funnel, right? It's a consumer journey. And in one of the clients, maybe last week itself, when we were talking about, and we were in the boardroom, and he made a very important point, which I wanted to discuss and wanted to take your views on. Is there, people were saying there is difference in branding, there is difference in performance. Some people say there is a very thin line. The question to ask is, from a marketeer's perspective, at the end of the day, I think what you'll actually want is growth. It's the one thing KPI, right? Whether it's awareness building and hence brand track, whether that awareness building leads to consideration, and hence it leads to people interested to your product. In our case, could be leads and then conversion. Hence, do you understand and do you agree that in today's world, there wouldn't be any such things which says there is only a lead gen, or there is only a brand? It's a brief which comes, which says, I need growth. Can you please articulate how the entire strat or solution or a plan would look like? Would it be right to understand that, or is there something which goes into your mind while putting a brief to the client?
I'll answer it in two different ways. Okay. I think the first is obviously what you said is right. All of us are interested in finally at the end of the day growth. And this is an artificial divide. This performance marketing and brand marketing are all artificial divides. For me, I'll put it simply to my entire team saying performance marketing is for today's customers, brand marketing is for tomorrow's customers. Because not everybody is going to buy our product. Not everybody is going to buy or paint their house every day. So when Sadhna is going to do something about paint, she has to just make sure that whenever the context arises for painting, which is going to be a very involved decision, how do I make sure the consumer experience what painting could be? How can I make it a measurable, pleasurable affair? Similarly, for a person to take a loan for painting that house, that thought is going to happen only when they decide to paint the house. It's an involved decision. So how do you engage over a period of time? And that's brand marketing for me. Channels, media, the kind of creatives that you use depends on the purpose for the campaign that is being built. So this artificial divide between performance marketing, brand marketing is all in our minds. The brief for me is very clear. Are we talking only to today's customers? What about tomorrow? If you're going to talk to tomorrow's customers only tomorrow, why would they even consider you? So if you are going to be in this kind of a relationship which is extremely transactional, how are you going to build long-term value? So the long-term value is built only if there is an emotional connect with your consumer over a long period of time. If it is purely transactional relationship, you don't get anything out of that apart from that one, maybe a trial that people would have done. So in my view, this is slightly illogical to talk about it. Performance is for today, brand is for tomorrow's customers, and you have to talk to both.
No, thank you, Ravi. I think you brought up a very good point. The today and the tomorrow to take care of it from a marketeer's lens. Akshay, Sadhna, before I jump to another question for.
Let me just add something. Ravi made a very interesting point that, this is something that, I've been asked a lot of times that, why do you want to do a lead generation for a paint customer, right? Because it's not like today I'm thinking of painting my house and tomorrow I will decide I have to go and, paint my home. It's not like that. I think what is important is that really, how do we really keep engaging with that existing or a potential customer, and we look at various and multiple interventions. I think there's a very thin line difference between Pele, I will do just the awareness and then I will develop interest. That IDA model, I think we have grown beyond that. So we look at, at a various juncture of the brand funnel, how do we keep and constantly building engagement with my customer, whether it's an existing customer or it's a potential customer. I think that is the key for any marketing.
If I had to add, Vinod, to this, I think just to substantiate Ravi's point and Sadhna's views, patience will also be a key, because when you're looking for a future sort of a customer, you never know when that moment is actually going to come, when he or she is going to start believing or start thinking about a category or a product of yours. Now, that can only be bridged with a strong attribution model, where you are able to track some level of understanding of how that, if you call it brand marketing, that spend of brand marketing has helped overall, somewhere down the line to help your mid funnel and bottom funnel. Right. Now, that attribution model can also help a lot of CFOs and CEOs to have the patience about, hey, you know what? Okay, right now, just hold on. Things are happening and you're seeing that ripple down effects going on. So I think if you have that stitched in pretty well, then absolutely there's no difference between a brand and a performance sort of marketing.
Sure, thanks. I'll now jump on to sorry, Shonil.
Yep.
You've been across and working across clients, across categories in your current role. I just wanted to pick your brains on what are the lessons from brands who have gotten creative and branding successes in digital media. Some of the case studies or some of the work which you've seen when you're interacting with agencies or brands, if you may, let us know about these things.
So that's fantastic to be here. Thanks. Great event. Fantastic panel. You and me have been, pounding this digital street for a long time. It's nice to see, this digital is now front and center for everyone. And, illustrious CMOs are on digital panels. Earlier, 5-10 years back, they would skip the panel because just, 5% of their efforts and budget. So it's good to be here. And, talking more about, creativity and, branding and where sort of the intermesh is happening in digital. I've been at this for a long time now, I think about 10, 12 years. I think we're reaching a stage where we are seeing a lot of action in this space. Earlier, like Ravi mentioned, there was a clear demarcation. We would get briefs which were just performance oriented, and the platforms and the publisher ecosystem and the media side of it was just out to deliver performance. I don't blame the marketeers or the creative folks, because the medium was too new. The good parts of it was I was offering great data and insights and ROI and measurability, but it was all about banners. How creative can you get on a banner? Okay, we still do use them, but it's just something which doesn't lend itself to too much creativity. Then the form factor, the real estate shrank when India moved to mobile. So that was another hurdle in the way. The internet was mostly in English. So even though you wanted to address India, which is so vernacularly diverse, you sort of had to think in digital. You would only think in English. I have to make my landing page and banner and my communication. So these were some of the limiting factors. I'm happy to say that we've crossed most of those hurdles. I think at least 70-80% of it is done, and we are seeing fantastic case studies here to highlight what your question to me was. I think there are some clear winners, from the platform I represent, which is Outbrain, where we deliver, native content recommendations and native advertising solutions for advertisers. We are seeing some fantastic growth stories emerging from edutech, fintech, e-com, crypto. These are the categories which are really changing the game. And because the platform which sort of Outbrain represents, you have to make a little effort towards it's not just a static banner. You have to create some content where you're driving the audience to. So we're seeing everyone's making a significant effort now in content, and the guys who are doing the right kind of content marketing meshed with native advertising. That's probably more about what I'm going to talk about, as we continue, as the best solution for all this is we're seeing some fantastic case studies and, developments in that space.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Akshay, you mentioned in your first point where you talked about that you've done and are looking at a full funnel. So hence, could you let us know about some kind of success stories which you've seen or doing across creative and branding, and what are the KPIs specifically put from a digital perspective?
Sure. So, if I have to mention one of the case study which we recently, did with one of the other largest OTT platform in the country right now. What we did was we used something which is not so common on ATL or the mainline side is moment marketing. So we created festive-based content, a long format content. This wasn't the typical ads which are like 30 seconds or a minute. In fact, these are 3-minute plus videos which we created. Now, people do believe that digital does not have a lot of span of attention from people. Users may drop out after 6 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever their YouTube mantra is. But we used OTT platform, and interestingly, we actually received a view-through rate of about 77%. And that I'm talking about for a 3-minute plus sort of a video. Now, that's great. I mean, if you ask me, why would someone see an ad of three minutes? Because it's not an ad technically, but the message is delivered. The entire philosophy the brand wanted to share with the audience has been delivered with a long format content. I think 77% itself is like a 2x of the platform's benchmark. But I think the reason why it blended so well was because we actually used the platform's USP of delivering GEC content to a lot of audience, and we created the content, the long format content of our branded content in a way that it gelled very well. It looked like a GSE. So people kind of were, given that they were anyways in that mindset of seeing a GSE sort of content, they were okay to see this for a 3-minute also. And obviously the message got delivered. I think these are a few of the branding exercises. And in fact, we got like a 5-point jump on our brand lift studies by Hotstar across recall and awareness. These were slightly later part of our campaign. So initially we got slightly higher on a few of the other platforms. But I think more importantly, what I would like to share is these sort of experimentations are not possible on a few of the other channels because you don't get to see ever a 3-minute ad, I'm sure, on a TV. Maybe a few of the US channels do play it, but not in India, definitely. And those are the areas I think which we can deliver the message. The branding objectives, as we were speaking, are also being achieved in a very, very different sort of a format. So I think this is something which I would like to share. From a full funnel standpoint, there are models which are created. Obviously, we have seen various formats of content working in a very different way in terms of making people aware, consider, as what Sadhana was saying, while there is no AIDA model right now. But then obviously we are seeing those differences of users reacting to our content pre our campaign, brand campaign, and a post brand campaign. So obviously that lifts have been very clear. the conversion rates have started improving because of our branding campaign. So those are obviously the direct attribution towards the brand strengths which we have been doing on the platforms.
So what I hear, Akshay, is making creatives as per platforms, and that is what has become a success, which I could say. So if there are short formats, use it on those platforms. If you have a long format, use it on those platforms, because that's where you feel that the consumers are taking a note, and hence you get great brand results like you mentioned. Thank you, Akshay, for that. Ravi, one thing, and this is a question which I genuinely wanted to understand from a senior marketer like you, would be, with media convergence taking place where digital will become the backbone, what are the strategies maybe adopted to drive creative and branding success on this platform?
First thing is the mindset shift has to happen. You have to think digital first. Once you start thinking digital first, the entire work that we do on the creatives start keeping that platform in mind. If the mindset shift happens, because what I see today is many of our agency partners come first with a TV approach, because you're talking about something big. So the first thing is TV, and then trying to adopt that to the digital formats. I don't think that works. So the first is to shift the mindset to say, I will start digital first. And even inside digital, I will start mobile first. So that we understand very clearly, because at the end of the day, while we do understand, because we are a banking ecosystem player, so we do have a lot of first party data. So we do know a lot about customers, where they approach us and what they do with all of us. But still, if you want to reach to a larger audience, the mindset shift has to happen. And I think that's the core of all this stuff. After that, I think there are three things that we all need to look at. The first thing is, what is the approach? And when you're talking in this kind of a fashion, we all know that we have multiple customers and each of them are in different mindsets. So which customer you're going to talk about performance, which is about the bottom of the funnel, which customer about consideration, which customer about brand, so that you are talking about tomorrow's customers also. Because some of these tomorrow's customers, you don't want to pain them by starting talking about performance today. So when it comes to performance, is your creative talking about rational persuasion for doing it, nudge to act? Whereas when you're talking about brand, are you giving them a feel that you want to be associated with this brand? What is the feeling that you're generating in that creative? So you should be very clear about the consumer context and correspondingly make the creatives like that. The second thing I look for is the formats. The formats in the mobile world and in the various screens are very different. Are you doing a vertical shoot? Are you making sure that text is minimal? Are you making sure that it is as personalized as possible? Because digital gives you that ability to do that. In your creative thinking, like for example, I'll give you an example. We wanted to have a lady in marriage costume. Immediately, the first thing that we get to see is a North Indian. Now, how many of these people know that North Indian bride with full of mehendi and all those things will appeal to a South Indian audience or a Northeast audience? If you have a creative thinking like that, then do you have the ability to change that face based on the geography to various other bride look is per the respective geography? So the formats and everything start to be coming to the next one. The third thing is about platform. You also need to make sure that you have multiple platforms, whether it is the video platform, whether it is the social media platform, whether it is the discovery platform, whether it is anything else that you do, or the OTT. How do you make sure that this creative will actually fit into those platforms? So once you have this shift in the mindset towards digital and then also mobile first, then you start looking at the approach, the format and the platforms. And if you have a checklist of how you want to do this, I think then everything comes out very easily, because you can easily measure in every one of these platforms what is the actual success for the top of the funnel, what is the brand lift study that you can do. And at the bottom of the funnel, what is the lead generation? What is the conversion that also you can do? So you need to be very clear about the approach that you take. And if you have a very solid approach, I think most of this are very easy to do.
Sure. Thank you, Ravi. Sadhna, would you like to add on to this point?
Yeah, sure. I think most of the points Ravi mentioned. Just one point I would like to add. I think it's important that we also understand this whole art because as a marketers, we love perfecting the balance between art and science. There is a lot of data and there is a lot of learning that is available to us, whether it's to do with your brand health study, the inputs that come from there, or from your website traffic, from your social media. So there is a plethora of information available. So I think making sense of that and then leading that into a great brief or an input, I think will also give a good kickstart to whatever you do. Just to give you an example, one of the things that we assumed that in a category like paints, a painter or a contractor will not be active on social media. When we went into the market and we realized that so many of these guys are active on Facebook, and we did this whole initiative where they could share the work that they have done with us on social media, and we started reposting and resharing that on our platform. So I think mindset have changed, the consumption pattern has changed, and the data that is available with us, I think making sense of that goes into a right briefing also plays a critical role.
Thank you. I know I'm running late. I've already got a few messages from e4m, but I would want to have one more question. I just wanted to understand from Shonil, has digital been able to drive creative and branding goals across, if you have any experiences on any categories which you would like to highlight?
So Vinod, it's getting there. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, the marriage of creativity and, using digital platforms well is, at about a 3 or 4 on 10. Hopefully we're on some panel in a year's time where this moves to about 7 or 8. But I appreciate the efforts which are being put behind this. Also, on the other side of the fence, for what the marketeers need, the platforms also have to bring sort of a menu card of solutions to them, right? What is a successful digital ad, beyond the creative? It has to showcase on premium inventory, going back to what Akshay was talking about, native content. The ad has to blend with content, to make it very efficient, like, the case study example he gave. So we have to deliver premium inventory to the advertisers. We have to ensure that they are engaging ad formats. There have to be multiple formats, so that, you can cover up a huge gamut of different platforms. There has to be rich targeting. It has to be very contextual. Brand safety is something which is very important for all these marketers. You can't just run their ads just about a lot of the internet is fairly unsafe. So, you need tools and methodologies to ensure that the brands are kept in a safe environment. And most importantly, again, going back to performance, everything has to have some outcomes which are, based on measurement. So these are, some of the things that make up a successful digital ad. And just to give you a sense of, traditional brands are taking a little longer. The bigger the companies, the bigger the brands, their sort of journey to success, on the creative side is. I am seeing a lot of smaller brands. These are, affiliate commerce companies. They are leveraging the platforms and the opportunities very efficiently. And off late, especially in the last 6 months, of the pandemic, and we're seeing a lot of smaller brands sitting here in India, but buying media and inventory and advertising in international markets and selling it. We're seeing this in China, we're seeing this in India. And that I'm finding as a very interesting success story, because they are also being extremely creative with the way they are approaching each country, each market. And, to go back to Ravi's point, that, they are absolutely thinking digital first. Actually, they don't have any, offline model at all. So I think, I would put that as something. And for us, that's, maybe 30-40% of our overall business, which we are seeing is now coming more from these younger, agile companies. And I think the older brands and all can sort of look at them and pick up some, cues on, how to get into this properly.
No, I'm just picking up this point which Shonil raised. I think it's a good point. And anyone from the panel, and this would be the last question before I'll sum it up. Why do you feel that the younger brands, or so-called the newer age brands, or the D2C brands, however you put it, are being more agile or take those risks which can be done on this medium versus the, I won't say traditional brands, but bigger brands which have always used these platforms. Of course, they were traditional first. I also see many brands, even in FMCG now and in other categories, doing a lot much more digital than what it was. But why do you see these brands being the first mover and experimenting those many things than the larger brands? Because money is not a concern when it comes to larger traditional brands. In fact, D2C and other brands are startups, and hence they would think twice because they need to get it right. Why do you feel that these things are happening so fast?
I think the answer lies in your question itself. And see, for the traditional people, I've been used to certain things. It's a business answer, nothing to do with marketing. I also wear a business hat. For a traditional person, I've been doing something and it has been working. So to change is a big change. So I will only do small things to do it. For the new to brand guys, I think they are very clear in terms of a very small slice of a population they are going to target with their product. Nobody comes to the market like an HDFC bank saying that I will go ahead and serve India. That doesn't happen. So for them, it is very clearly a problem of a consumer I'm going to solve. And this consumer problem is only there with, say, 1 crore Indians or 50 lakh Indians. So TV is not the medium for them. So it's actually from a business perspective that it starts, and it's not about marketing. The same brands, once they reach a certain scale, they also come to TV. Whether it is an Amazon or whether it is anybody else, they also come to the TV, because once they take that kind of a leap and then they have to do something else, which is building a much bigger ecosystem for online commerce. Amazon is there in TV and you see all the e-commerce players. And you can ask the question, why is e-commerce anyway on TV? At the end of the day, they are using only a mobile phone to buy. So it's more of a business issue in terms of where you find your business and what is the consumer that you're targeting and where do you see that consumer going today. So you will obviously feel that that's happening that way. Otherwise, I think all of us are open, and it's a question of the business context that makes you think like that.
Sure. Thank you, Ravi. Any last, remarks, Akshay, Sadhna, Shonil, on this? And then I'll quickly summarize. I know Shobha is up on the screen, which gives me a trigger that my time is up, but I will not take more than 2 minutes. I promise. Yeah, Akshay.
Just a quick one. I think what we've still realized is even if we go very high in digital, I think a front page leading daily ad is something which still creates that one day or maybe a half day impact. And probably that is because of the entry barrier also, because yes, you can get onto a Facebook ad or an OTT ad quite easily. You don't need that sort of an investment, but to get into that sort of a space on a say a front page jacket ad, or maybe sponsoring a leading media property, sports media property, I think you need that sort of a backing of that currency or the dollars, and that shows to the world that, hey, you know what, I have a right. So yes, digital is still to go to that zone, still to achieve that zone. But yeah, I think it's a matter of time that we do that.
I would just like to add one last thing, that I think it's more of a mindset. It's I think in the coming years it will no longer be a TV versus digital. It's going to be okay. Let's do something which cuts across all the platforms. So I think it's more of a mindset thing than anything else, and we'll see that shift happening very soon.
Sure.
So my last comment and advice for everyone is, think content. I think, that's possibly the thing that flies the furthest and has the maximum sort of impact on any digital platform. So my advice to all brands is, consider content marketing, native advertising. That's probably the biggest wave which is going on right now and for the next couple of years to make the right impact.
Sure, thank you. I'll just summarize certain things which I have learned today from you guys. And I think Ravi said it first very rightly that, personalized creative depending on the geography makes a lot of sense. Mindset shift, mobile first is what Ravi you said. And thank you for saying that. Akshay made a point saying that he has seen success when they have done platform-wise creatives, and he's talked about his brand tracks going up. Shonil talked about that we need to make sure that it's going to be contextual, brand safe, great premium inventory, and measurement to be the key. And of course, Sadhna talked about how the full funnel has gone are the days where we're talking IDA, but it's the consumer journey which we look at. So thank you very much, guys, for coming here and sharing your expertise. I learned a lot and it was great. Thank you very much. Over to you, Shubha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Vinod. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. What a power-packed session and great learnings from this session. Thank you very much for joining us for this round. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to keep tweeting about today's event at #Dentsu e4m report. Now, we are moving ahead to a very interesting fireside chat, and the topic would be the growing importance of news publishers as the era of third-party cookies comes to an end. And please allow me to introduce you to Mr. Puneet Jain, CEO for Digital Business HT Media Group, who comes with a unique combination of building large businesses from scratch, as well as advising large corporations in their journey to scale up. Extremely focused on execution and firmly believes that it's the implementation that makes any good idea a great success. And also I would like to introduce you to now our session chair, Ms. Nazia Alvi Rahman, editor for Exchange for Media, to join us for this quick fireside chat with Mr. Puneet Jain. May I please invite you both? There they are. Let's begin.
Thanks, Shobha. Hello, Mr. Jain.
Hey, hi, Nazia.
Hi. So I'm audible, all clear, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hope I'm audible to you. And
Yeah, absolutely. So we have already started. We are already running behind schedule. So first of all, welcome, Puneet, and thanks for doing this. And I'll straight away jump to the questions so that I can have maximum out of this session from you. So, the first question is, of course, about your journey. We've been tracking HT Media's progress in last few years, and it's been an exciting journey. We've seen HT grow from a print giant to, one of India's leading consumer internet houses. So, while we all see your outcome, if you can take us through the journey, if you can tell us how it has been, and what have been the key drivers for your growth.
Sure. I think firstly, thanks, Nazia, for having me here. It's a pleasure to be part of this forum and to talk to you and your esteemed audiences. I think I feel fortunate. So you're right. I think last couple of years have been phenomenal for HT Digital. The kind of growth we have seen, and we have become in India some of the largest digital destination in the country. That's just outstanding, and I feel fortunate to be part of this journey. Right. If I were to break this progress into 3 dimensions, and that's how we typically benchmark ourselves on how we are growing. It is reach, engagement, and audience. Right. With respect to reach, I think we scale from some 70 odd million to 190 million users over the last 2.5 years, among the fastest growing players in the country in this period. Right. And I think it came on back of quite a few initial, let's say, interventions. I think first and foremost, and I heard this from I think one of the panelists in the previous session. I think it's the realization of going a digital first approach. I think firstly, I think the importance and the leadership mandate towards building our digital first business. I mean, as soon as that sort of came in and we built out the relevant team to drive that progress, I think what it has helped us to scale from some, we had about 3 platforms a few years back. Now at this point, we have 20 plus consumer platforms across genres, news and non-news, and which helps us to, let's say, push out credible news and engaging content day after day. Right. I think what has further helped us is we have been able to, let's say, identify content niches. It was typically underserved, like health, tech, auto, food, and build engaging content formats to leverage the current consumer preferences for long form content, short form content, visuals, videos, right? Flip like news pieces, and lastly, I think building out a hyper personalized recommendations on our web and app platform. I mean, again, I'll just spend a few seconds on this hyper personalization. I think over last couple of years, we have significantly invested in our product and tech stack. And last year, we built our own AI tech stack, which probably makes us among the few publishers in the country right now to have its own in-house AI stack, which has helped us significantly personalize the content feed of every user. And as we, let's say, further improve our ability to collect and leverage data, this personalization will keep getting better and better, like adding on to the engagement part. I think we're also very bullish on the vernacular content. So over last few years, we built out our Hindi and Bangla play and gained leadership in these segments. I think soon you will see us launching a few more languages and getting deep into the vernacular space. In fact, just last week, we launched our Telugu platform. Lastly, I think in terms of audience, in terms of enabling our advertisers to reach their audiences, and we are enhancing our customer data platform abilities and learning from experiments every day, and investing heavily on data and tech to scale up our first-party capabilities massively.
Thanks, Puneet. You just mentioned that how your focus is on developing your tech and first-party data abilities. So, given that news is one of the biggest categories accessed on the internet, do you think publisher partnerships are now even more important for brands? As we all know that third-party cookies are coming to an end. And so are the news publishers prepared with alternatives for the eventual demise of third-party cookies?
So I think first and foremost, I think all of us realize this, and all of us are very well aware that it's a very large event. The digital advertising space, which is probably as old as 20 years and more, right? Globally and in India, cookie has been an integral part of user targeting and digital ad, and one of the key reasons for let's say the overall ROIs it able to deliver and the growth it has seen. Right. So one, it's a very large change for everyone involved in the value chain, the ecosystem, from brands on one side to publishers like us on the other side. It is a very, very large change, and all of us are sort of would need to figure our own ways of, let's say, dealing with it and capitalize on it. Right. I think the good part is sufficient time is being given to do this transition. So it's not an overnight transition, and it allows people to plan their strategies in post cookie world. I think as a publisher, as HT, we almost feel like it's sort of our second chance and a chance for redeem ourselves. I think the digital boom came so fast that probably some of us and several of us sort of wasn't well prepared. But I think this time around, it's almost like a chance for how interest targeting will be done in future. And as publishers, it's an opportunity for us to know our consumers better and offer those insights to advertiser without probably any third party in between. So I think one, it's a very large opportunity, right? And I feel that all of us are getting there in working towards it. I think especially, one part of the question was why publishers are, let's say, well placed to this. I think firstly, it's the scale. Together we publishers attract about 500 million users every month on our news content. That's as big as social media or any other digital destination out there in the country. If even at HT alone, we boast of 200 million users coming to our platform, right? So what I think we have been doing at HT is leverage our scale and increase our identified user base. So being able to identify our users, then subsequently driving the user registration, and moving them up in the overall journey of knowing them better. And parallelly, we are building and optimizing our customer data platform so that we are able to capture all the content they are viewing, the topics they tend to be interested in, their response to various marketing campaigns, right? So if you see, there's a tremendous amount of data that is getting generated on our sites, and with our scale, if we have the right tech and product stack, the opportunity is huge. So I think what we have done is on tech and pro side of things, we have advanced our contextual and behavioral data collection and insights capabilities, and through best-in-class segmentation and cohorting, we are able to offer and leverage these and target them for the benefit of advertisers.
So are you saying that, this move will give rise to contextual advertising based on the content that a user is looking for?
So look, so I think firstly, I think overall first party data would become the new backbone of digital advertising post this post cookie sunset world we get in, right? So while let's say there will be multiple solutions people will take. For example, there are solutions being built by the key networks as well, right? So all of us would look to leverage that as well, especially on the client side solutions. But I think publishers who have capability of building their own first party data and leveraging those insights, they will be at a competitive advantage, right? So I think first,
sorry. So, if you can, because that is actually my last question. So, I wanted to understand what kind of solutions are publishers creating from the first party data on their platforms?
Sure. So I think, yeah. So I think two parts to this. I think one is there will be, let's say, we are keen on exploring audience targeting through PPID, so publisher provider identifier at scale, and working closely with advertisers to integrate our first party data with advertiser first party data, enabling advertisers to leverage their first party data and integrate into our campaign. So essentially, one of the biggest breakthrough I think that possibly would happen is how do we combine first party data of publishers with that of advertiser? Like that's, I think, one key progress we are making, working towards it. For example, we are looking to integrate our SDKs with a native platform for occurrence-led targeting, for example, so that if a consumer jumps from a advertiser to our platform, the user journeys are sort of synced in, right? They aren't disjointed. So that's one of the solutions. Other, of course, is I think let's say if we are common, so we could use common user identifier either through direct integrations or via third-party ID consortiums, like so that does not depend on a third-party cookie. So that could be other alternate. Lastly, I feel contextual, etc., will play a very key role. So our ability to offer audience-based performance campaigns, control the frequency and positioning of ads on users on various signed interactive data points, all these factors which we'll be able to offer as a publisher will go a long way in ensuring the seamless transition, as well as the rightful place for publishers like us in the post-cookie world.
I was reading about this entire thing before our session, and I came across this report that publishers could lose up to $10 billion in ad revenue when third-party cookies are disabled. And as per Google's own research, most publishers could lose 50 to 70% of their revenue if they don't reconfigure their approach. So what would be your last word on this? Because we have to close the session now. And
yeah, I think my last word would be every challenge presents an opportunity. And this is an opportunity, especially for players at scale like us. And I imagine with the kind of content we offer, content has the chance of becoming a new digital advertising currency in the cookieless world, right? So, and that's where publishers have an advantage. So how do we leverage the strong ability of offering, let's say, unique user segments and a heavily contextual environment to showcase brands and products, right? That's something only as publishers we can do. So if we can get that act right, I think this is a clearly sort of homecoming, I would say, for publishers. And lastly, I'll just add, I think bulk of our discussion was around leveraging first-party data for let's say improving audience targeting for advertisement. I think not only first-party will help towards that, but also in personalization of content and UI, UX, and engagement. So I think this will also help us deliver a best-in-class user experience where every user journey will be personalized. So being able to build infinite user journeys where every part or every pixel of our sites will be personalized. That's the sort of future we are looking at.
Thank you, Puneet. Thank you so much for doing this. And, from what I have understood is that going forward for most of these digital publishers, the first party data and the content will start to play the role of new digital currency. So did I get it right?
Yeah, that's at least I think of. I'm sure everybody will have their own perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for joining us. We wish to have you again for a much longer session. This time we were totally pressed for time and we're already late. So thanks again, and I pass it on to Shobha now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain, and thank you, Nazia, for leading that very beautiful, crisp chat for all of us. I think it gave us a purview of how the digital transformations are, enabling the businesses even further in today's time. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain, for sparing out time for us, and thank you again, Nazia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next session. With the widespread acceleration to the digital transformation of businesses happening, digital has become the backbone of businesses and consumers, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for more information. We have, again, a very interesting lineup of speakers coming up. And for the next session, may I kindly invite Ms. Divya to come on screens and introduce us to our second keynote speaker of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Divya here with us. So over to you, Divya. Our second keynote of the day.
Bala.
I think the network is acting up for Divya. Please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen.
That's my network issue.
I think there is some network issue. I'm so sorry about this network issue. We are all in this.
Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer myself off screen. Am I audible now?
And now it's better.
Yes, you are. I think there is some lag or there's some issue at Divya's end. So shall we take it forward from here? All right, so I think I'll introduce our next keynote speaker. As you can see, he's already there on screens, and what a great spirit you are in. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Mr. A. Balasubramanian, Managing Director and CEO for Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited and Chairman for AMFI. And he's going to talk about being future ready, what this future entails and how can you prepare yourself and how can you be ready to take it head on. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to invite Bala again and would request him to start with his talk.
Sure. Thanks, Shobha. And when Divya asked me to present in this forum, and today, after listening to all of you, I realized I'm in front of all of you who are hardcore marketing and brand professionals. And speaking among all of you, I thought I'll be the little odd man out. But in any case, as a business leader, you have to get ready for digital transformation and then be ready for the future. Right? That something is an ongoing job. And unfortunately, when I drive AMFI as a chairman, I do realize that a lot can be done in the digital space, and that can potentially become the way of life as we move forward. I have few slides of presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A coming from the other colleague. I think just to look at a coincidence, today the budget has emphasized a lot on digital India, and that's something government has been doing it for I think quite some time, last almost 7-8 years, preparing right from Aadhaar to UPI, and the way I think GST is still evolving. There are many areas. I think the government of India itself has been creating a digital infrastructure and creating the mindset that how India has to move. Often I do this, I say this in terms of adoption in the industry when I speak in a public forum. Clearly, two things that actually change the whole adoption. One is the demonetization that happened. That is the time people realized there is no choice, of course, but to use Paytm and so on and so forth. Therefore, people got used to adapting to the UPI-based platform for payment banking. And that actually created a revolution in the whole industry. And second, the government of India itself has allocated such a huge resources for making India go digital. The first and foremost, I do visit some of my villages. Clearly, I see the digital adaptation. When the village panchayat actually is far higher, which again comes on the back of the way the digital infrastructure is being built for the country as a whole. And the second, of course, is the last 6 months has been the wave of the startup companies. In fact, all of us are investors as mutual fund players, invested in some of the tech companies. Clearly, some of them would have never imagined as a platform. Yeah, I have seen internet bubble in those days where we all used to value on the basis of the eyeballs, and then moving away from that, now becoming an e-commerce kind of platform. So one of the things made me realize, I think the relevance of these platforms are increasingly becoming more and more important. The whole system from the consumer point of view. Therefore, the way I think this digital platform get adopted is purely on the basis of relevance. So this is why I think I just recall the Nandan Nilekani's presentation. Of course, I was part of the digital committee of SEBI, and Nandan Nilekani was leading when UK Sinha was the chairman. I used to he actually used to make all of us to contribute, and that's where I used to learn some of the digital aspirations. And that is the time he used to speak about the smartphone. I think clearly, if one looks at what he says, the digital is no longer an option. Digital actually gives you only the optionality, whether you want to, whether you like it or not, don't like it, one has to adapt. But clearly, from adoption point of view, 3 core pillars: agility, resilience, innovation. I think all of them have to be a continuous process rather than one of kind. I do it. While doing that, clearly, from organization point of view, the making digital front is no longer is enough, and making an automation airline again is not an optional. Many times when I, of course, used to discuss within my own team that automation actually is the key to the success. And majority of the time, people don't used to get adapted to the automation for simple reason. The moment they adapt to the automation, clearly the workload comes down. Therefore, so much of bandwidth will get created. One may wonder actually what to do with the bandwidth. That's where I think the innovative approach comes in terms of bringing in the way of new life. And that's being the case. I think the whole journey is not restricted only to think about digital, think about automation. It's all about the continuous change in the mindset of people, as well as change the way one wants to actually adapt to the new platform, new age platform, and accelerate the learning curve of the organization, among many things that actually remains key. So in order to make this happen, I was just looking at the way I think the digital adaptation is happening. As I just mentioned, while Demon actually created a huge adoption to the digital platform, I think clearly from the global market point of view, I think there has been a significant acceleration that we are witnessing in terms of pre and post COVID crisis. That I think is a big boon that has come in the digital platform. I think I still remember Nadella making a statement that the pandemic has actually advanced the digital adaptation by almost 4 or 5 years. He said 2 years, but I think looks like to me is actually advanced. Most of the time actually get postponed. There's only area where it got advanced by about 3 or 4 years. which again now reflects on the way adaptation has happened. And the next slide, if you see, I think India clearly is the winner in this space. The sense, if you look at the chart, I think India, in terms of adaptation, fully digital versus remote and assisted digital. Fully digital is 88%, whereas China seems to be quite ahead of us, at least in the look point of view and the way they behave. Clearly, China is actually about 85% only, as against 88%. So one of the things that I have realized over a period of time, I think India seems to be though we adopt things later, little late compared to the global economy, they're definitely the fast learner. I think when it comes to the question of implementing things, I think we run faster than most of the economy. This I learned when telecom industry was actually getting into the country. Definitely the adaptation of telecom in India actually far superior and faster than what you have seen in US or Europe or China. I think that is what I think India seems to have got adapted to the digital technology quite extensively. Second, in the same space, while of course everybody talks about mobile is the way of going, I remember as AMFI chairman, I had a brief discussion, brainstorming discussions with Google Rajan Anandan, and then we were making a business plan actually, and how the mutual fund industry can become larger in the system. And at that time, I was driving as a mutual fund SAI advertisement. I was driving it for Dentsu, and the entire team, Divya, has been part of that whole journey. And when I had a discussion, Rajan Anandan, he mentioned about, well, what do you think of the growth rate of your industry? I just mentioned to him, I expect the industry to grow about 20-25%. And then he asked me actually how many number of investors are there in the industry. I said about 2.5 crores unique customers they have. Then he laughed at me and said that, Bala, I think your imagination is very poor. And I asked him why. He said, Bala, 2.5 crores customer base, whereas there are about 65 crores mobile platform owners, whereas you have only 2.5 crores unique customer base. Just imagine, even if you go to 100% every year, you'll not be able to reach the 65 crores investor base. Therefore, you must think bigger. And that's something, if you look at it in terms of the mobile getting connected overseas and everywhere, clearly the revenue that is coming from mobile platform on the digital side, the earlier speakers spoke about, in the Times CEO spoke about, clearly the ad revenue spend has been growing thanks to, of course, the e-commerce platform, which Nandan Ilkani talks about. The OTT platform actually is more stronger than the base platform like telecom. I think that's something has brought the revolution, the whole digital platforms. The next, of course, is the customer behavior. Clearly, with the more and more platform coming in, adaptation is becoming now real, whether it is the education, whether it is the e-commerce, whether it is to electric vehicles and so on and so forth. I think everywhere the adaptation now is, I think, significantly changing. Customer behavior is changing. Is no more the analytic of data. It doesn't come on the base of the analyzing the address and so on and so forth. The entire behavior is coming from how the customers are behaving while dealing with the digital platform and where all the firms operate. Interestingly, one of the platform, I was actually tracking it coming from southern part of India, created a platform for transactions in mutual funds and stock market. And I casually asked him, since you come from a South background, can I assume that you have a large pool of customer base coming only from Chennai and Bangalore and Hyderabad? And he interestingly made a comment that, I think all the three markets are not using my platform as much as I see this coming from Punjab, Chandigarh, it's mainly Chandigarh, and some parts of northern India actually have a large customer base than actually the customer base coming from their own market. I think clearly the customer behavior, I think the way the analytical now is being done, clearly I think it seems to be the way of building the business rather than traditional way of doing analysis of the data on the base of it build the business. Really from the future ready point of view, well, of course, my own belief is, next slide, is an ongoing thing. At the end of the day, is an ongoing thing. I think while building the business is something, making it part of the organization, that digital way of running the business, I think will be the key. And that's something while creating the mindset, then clearly creating the user experience. Just to give, there are many, of course, points I put here. I think the user interface and experience, Even I was talking to one of the leading the software firm in India, and I was generally checking with them that you guys are, of course, good in creating a platform. How do I ensure that user interface and experience is actually made the best? And interestingly, the person, of course, is the head of the software business in India, large organization. And she said that, well, there's always a challenge in creating a user interface and experience, not just only in India, even globally. Therefore, you need to have a different kind of talent pool who comes with a completely different experience in creating the customer experience. That's something is, again, to become very, very key. Well, of course, we can talk about ease of doing business and so on and so forth, and creating different kind of OPI. The second is from a model point of view, I think all of us are now started believing and breathing that we should be the digital first in terms of approach. Unless we set that as a roadmap, clearly the adaptation to the new age technology platform is not going to be that much easy. And the same way, I think most of the time, I think majority of the people do believe that one has to create their own platform by themselves. I also, of course, evaluating some of the options. That the partnership model would also be another way to build, not necessarily API, all such things. Actually, the fintech platform is all about the platform that you create, and then you actually join as a partner. The way Microsoft is built globally, become a partner for every user in the country. Therefore, the partnership model, how it is actually built, is also something extremely important in building the digital business. The last, of course, the media business. I think the entire media space, of course, I do get involved on the mutual fund side as currently the IMF chairman, and even for my own business, I have to spend a lot of time in terms of how do I actually build our own brand in the new age technology platform. Clearly, I think the way the media as a business which we run right from print to TV to digital medium, I think clearly the digital medium seems to be the growing platform from the point of view of creating awareness about the product, create a right experience, and creating the entire visibility actually for the brand. That something seems to be again becoming the new way of building a business. The same time, with respect to the media, clearly again we have on the basis of last 5 years of experience. Given the fact that India is a vast country and people actually speak different kind of languages, therefore making it from English and Hindi to local languages, given the fact that adaptation of digital technology platform is increasingly becoming in every language, and that is being the case, I think making the entire reaching to the customers through the media plan through this regional level also becoming extremely key. And last, of course, in terms of business model, I think clearly the way India has now transformed the entire digital world, Aadhaar, of course with respect to identity, and now talking about privacy, ensuring the data security also is taken care. Because one of the bigger war which I'm now feeling that could happen is the digital war, the cyber war. The next 3-4 years, that essentially means how one looks at the whole security system and the privacy is something is also would be extremely key in building the new business model. While doing that, I think clearly the data aggregator, which now Reserve Bank of India now introduced, I think post the payment revolution that they brought in on the payment systems. Now data account aggregator is also now giving a new way of building actually the financial market, where every data aggregator would know about every customer in terms of their behavior of dealing with their own finance and the way do a planning of their business and so on and so forth. Therefore, the customer information availability with the aggregator platform is going to be significantly higher than what you have seen. I've also seen the way CIBIL scores have done a revolution in making the every consumer behavior understood before extending the loan for any of the customers. I think the same way aggregator platform also I think going to drive the entire future world. This is where I think my own association with UPI, my association with the Reserve Bank of India and SEBI in many of the areas that we work very closely. Clearly, I think the regulators themselves are now becoming forward-looking in terms of building the business. Just to end, I think we can go to the next one. Just to end, I just came across this guy attended Harvard program sometime back. This dated one. I felt it is relevant, and the professor who actually was talking about the digital future, and he did actually a survey of the various CEOs, and then the survey, of course, the S&P 500 CEOs, which they had started thinking sooner than they did about their internet strategy. This is way back when the internet strategy started. And I think 5 years from now, there will be a number of S&P 500 CEOs that will wish they started thinking earlier about their AI strategy. And AI was new electricity. Just 100 years ago, electricity was transformed industry after industry, and AI will do the same. I think if you look at the way the entire digital platform is moving, is the artificial intelligence is now becoming the key in terms of building the future of the business. Therefore, how each of the business is getting adopted, I think will remain a significant, what do you call it, the deciding factor in the future of the organizations. And in fact, I myself come with old age kind of business model building. I think clearly the 3-4 challenges which I see in terms of building the business is the mindset and the right set of people with again having the right mindset, the acumen that you should have in terms of working with younger populations versus the older population. I think all of them actually is becoming a very significant role that they play in building great organizations. In fact, I do myself have been encouraging my own team. The best actually that we can do actually is get youngsters as part of the team and make them actually bring in new innovations, what they learn, what they do, what they see, on the base of which actually bring in innovation in everything that we do in building the digital platform. That's something remains a big area of focus. Of course, for doing this, there is always a challenge of the mindset. There's always a challenge of accepting, yes, that's a new way of life. And I think if you're able to overcome that, definitely I think as an organization, one can build a great digital-oriented organization for the future. I think I'll stop here. I'm sure you'll have some questions on some of the discussion that I had, even for the industry, that we may have some questions. I'd be happy to take the questions. Yes, Pranay. I can't hear you. No, I cannot hear you. Can you log off and log in again, if you don't mind?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, now you're audible. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Balasubramanian, for doing this. And what an apt time to discuss about the future of India and digitalization. Because today in the budget presentation, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman laid a great emphasis over the digital technology and digital transformation of India. But some of the key points which I pick up from the budget speech and whatever you have laid before our viewers and during your presentation, there is no doubt that the India is fastly transforming for the digital economy. But there are certain questions which still arises out of the present scenario about the data privacy, about the viability gap. So I would want you to clarify on certain things, that where do you see the viability gap lying right now as far as the space of a digital transformation and the capabilities we should have?
Now, if you look at it, the entire adoption that is happening on the digital space, only in the last 8-9 years, I think India has adopted quite fast. But definitely data privacy is something where the regulatory frameworks are very clear about what kind of data privacy one should have, and then what kind of data one can share. But given the fact that the entire digital medium, the data is available generally for the wider usages. Therefore, how this actually can be managed is something will remain as an evolving process. But at the same time, the regulatory framework, I think especially in the IT and digital space, is always follows. First, of course, you create a platform and then making it accepted the wider platform, and then you bring in the right rigor of regulatory framework, and that something is not just happening in India, even worldwide. That's the way the entire regulatory framework has been coming. So one of the areas where the data privacy, I think, would probably increasingly become in the next few years. That's why I talked about the risk. I think I talked about the risk. I think eventually, once this becomes the way of life, and that will lead to actually the regulator waking up to bring in the right regulatory framework in ensuring that the people who are providing the services in the digital platform, they're also actually made to follow certain rules of the game and so on and so forth in maintaining the data privacy. At the end of the day, any consumer that is there today, of course, often I joke to people, even within my own team as well, that we may think actually we have data privacy, we have everything protected. The moment I go and sit in my Facebook or Google, and we must remember that we are being tracked in every moment of our discussions. And somebody is tracking it here, a machine is tracking, or maybe somebody is sitting in US is tracking it. But the fact of the matter is, the moment you get on digital platform, you can't say you are completely protected from a privacy point of view. Somebody is tracking it, who can only say that yes, you will not pull into any kind of controversy unless until you are actually given a say what do you call an acceptance for certain things, for sharing and so on and so forth.
One more thing arises out of it, Mr. Balasubramanian, that around 70% of India is still living in the rural areas, and only 30% plus is the urban population, though it is fastly growing, and the estimate suggests that in next 25 years, over 50% of the Indian population would be in the urban areas. But in the current scenario, how do you see the digital India actually reaping dividend for the rural population, where the main money transactions or the large amount of the economic activity lies?
I think the bigger the opportunity, rather not opportunity, I would say the adoption that has happened in the rural economy is first and foremost, everyone today is the owner of the smartphone. And I think it's no more the old phone that people use it. So that's the biggest change that has come. And really, where from I'm coming, I do visit my village at least once in a year. And then when I go to the school program, the people who come actually to stand, the parents who come, they're all coming from the below poverty line people. When they come and actually participate in the program, invariably all of them will be using the smartphone in taking the video of their kids' dance program and so on and so forth. That's the biggest change that has come. Second, I think bigger change that has come is actually adapting the payment methodology. Today, every Kirana stores are operating actually in the village. If you tell him actually I'll give you a cash, or maybe I'll send you an account in your bank account, I'll transfer the money, he'll probably, the first question will come, do you have Paytm? Do you have Google Pay? Do you have Phone Pay? I think that's the first question which will come. If you say no for all those things, then only they'll give you actually the bank account number. That's a bigger change that has come. Then probably if you ask me, the rural India has now got connected. Maybe even Bharti came with the mobile phone in the early part of 90s. The people who adopted to the mobile telephone in the country are the fishermen of Kerala. So they were the one actually where you go to actually fishing in the middle of the sea, and suddenly you want to check the price. The price is good, you do fishing for more time. If the price is not that great, you come back and then sell whatever you have already captured. And that's the way they used to use it. It became actually a good case study. I think if you ask me, the bigger revolution that has happened in the country is actually the payment usages in the country using the payment app. I think a significant achievement that has come. The third that has come, I think, thanks to the way the road sector now got, which is the fast track. This is another area where every rural India is today connected to the road, and every citizen of the country has to go through the toll naka, which used to be, of course, operated out of manual by taking cash. Now that the fast tag that has come, in fact, the adoption of fast tag in the country actually one of the highest. This is another area where the consumers are using. So I think what I'm trying to say, the number of people actually come to the digital platform, knowingly or unknowingly, using this kind of platform, which now become a necessary, is I think growing significantly, and they eventually become potential target audience when it comes to the question of digital marketing and so on and so forth.
Definitely, I would want to repeat what you have already mentioned, that though we Indians start late, but we are very fast learners, and with the pace of adoption, it's really remarkable. Uh, when you are with us, I cannot resist the temptation to ask you the question, being like you being the most experienced fund manager in the country. So, how has been the success of the tech companies, tech startups in India, as far as the India's investment scenario in the market scenario is concerned? How optimistic you are about the startups and their success, especially the tech startups and the drone companies or AI or the technology based startups?
I think Pranay is interesting. There is a significant mindset change that has now come to fund the startup companies, in the sense that any companies that actually is going to change in many sense the life of the consumers in any manner, or the way I think the business is being built that can get fully automated. Therefore, you are creating a tool, or it can actually create a tool that can actually potentially be a buyout candidates when people like Amazon actually build the firms. Not necessarily Amazon will build all the things that they want by themselves. They will also do an inorganic growth actually for them to actually build in the API platform, building a lot of connectivity. Therefore, the attempt that is being made by youngsters is actually far higher in terms of creating a startup companies. Second is clearly from a money manager's point of view, the mindset actually towards looking at such kind of companies, as long as they make a relevance. I think one of the area where when money managers start looking at, even I myself start looking at some of the startup companies or maybe companies which is not early stage, but at the late stage, now coming with an IPO. Really, one of the bigger learning from them actually, are they making big relevance from the consumer point of view? What kind of impact they are going to create from a consumer point of view? How the platform actually is going to be made to use again from the consumer point of view. I think as long as the relevance remains very, very large, definitely the appetite for investing in such startup I think is very, very high. Often people ask me, I have seen the internet bubble time. In those period, all of us are extremely excited, and we used to go and put money in a startup companies without knowing about really about the companies. People in the base of the eyeballs hit, and even my own colleagues, some of them who started, they all became great failures. I think moving from that actually to this new age platform is different from what you have seen in the past. I think it's completely refined version with the relevance being one of the core things. Not about the profit, it's about the relevance. And that's where I think it's coming. Clearly, we are in that wave. My own assumption is, given the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, India is actually a great adopter. I used to come and tell my colleagues, Jugaad way of doing business also will bring you a great success and innovation. And if I have to go by that, and given the fact that Indians are generally fixing solutions based on Jugaad ways, eventually become a nice innovations, that can potentially become a nice startup in many sense that one can look at it. So that's why I see is I think the appetite is growing, and youngsters are now don't want to work and they want to actually have startup companies they want to build. I think that's something. The risk appetite, fortunately, has gone up quite substantially.
So one more area I would want to touch upon. The finance minister has also laid down the emphasis on the artificial intelligence, gaming, virtual creativity. And you have also mentioned about the media and advertising sector. With the growing digitization, how do you see the market growth and the new dimensions opening for the advertising in the media sector, since we are sharing this platform because of the Exchange for Media and Dentsu's effort?
No, I am quite bullish on this space, except that I'm only of the opinion, I think the way we build the response to the consumers, speed to the market, speed to the consumers, I think it will move away from spending too much time on creativity of say 1 month and 2 months kind of creative work. I think probably will now move to hours. And why I'm specifically saying this is I came across a startup company based out of Europe, and I was a group did a 2-day session on seeing lots of companies in the business lab, we call it. A lot of companies made a presentation from a startup, including some of the overseas companies. I think clearly the advertisement world is actually picking up from the digital platform itself and creating advertisement for a quick response as part of the media strategy. My own belief is the digital medium response by way of creative work, I think will move away from a number of days actually to hours. so that consumer is able to get an instantaneous response in the form of not responding in the form of responding to him, even in the form of positioning the right advertisements through the latest creation and so on and so forth. That I think today technology is enabling that. The more is the question of AI model, how one is able to use that. I think that's why I think some amount of deeper brain and brainstorming and thinking would play a role. And in fact, even as an Amphi chairman, when I'm driving actually the mutual fund side of next level, the larger thinking that we have today is actually not only, of course, taking the extra of adjustment to the regional languages, also think about how we can actually connect to the people using the publicly available information, at the same time maintain the privacy and data for protection, etc. And yet come with the creative work using the publicly available information itself, usually with the consumer behavior.
Certainly, it gives a very optimistic scenario and optimistic outlook for the digital ready transformed India. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, your presentation, and now I hand over the platform to Michelle and Team Dentsu and Exchange for Media.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me on the part of the show. Thanks, Divya.
Thank you so much. And that was Mr. Pranav Upadhyay, Associate Editor, ABP Network, on the quick chat and Q&A session with Mr. Balasubramanian. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen, and leading us with your talk.
And if I may, sorry, Shobha, I'm interrupting. I'd just like to thank Bala personally. My Wi-Fi acts up at all the wrong times. So Bala, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Divya.
Thank you. All yours, Shobha.
Thank you so much, Divya. And once again, thank you to all of you here on this chat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving ahead with the next thing on the agenda. Now, transcending boundaries and distance, e-commerce digitalized the world into a single platform, and remarkably so. E-commerce evolution only continues to accelerate. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for a refreshing session that's coming up next. And I would also like to remind you to keep tweeting at #Dentsu e4m report. Now, going ahead with the next session, I'd like to welcome our next session speaker. He's Mr. Dheeraj Gupta, co-founder and CTO for mFiltrate, the world's leading trust partner, offering neutral third-party solutions for ad fraud detection and prevention. He is the mastermind behind identifying a bad bot and demarcating it from a good one in the digital world, and he loves to develop technologies for them to share some insights on the need for antivirus in digital marketing. So may we have you on board, Dheeraj. He's already here with us, and he'll be talking about the need for antivirus in digital marketing. So let's go ahead.
Thank you so much, Shobha, and appreciate the introduction. It's great to be here. And I think the topic which I am covering is very interesting. Normally, something which when we are going into digital transformation, the previous speaker was talking about how digital transformation is increasing in India and globally because of COVID. It is equally important to understand the precautions required to be taken when you are investing into digital transformation. We've all been from the world where we've seen why antivirus was a critical need on our desktops, on our laptops. We don't think twice about making sure that we have an antivirus on our devices. We obviously realize that it is almost mandatory. If we have to be in the digital world, we have to transact, we have to make payments. But when, as advertisers, we plan our campaigns, when we plan our budgets to spend money online, we assume, interestingly, we assume that the same digital ecosystem is clean, the same digital ecosystem is without malware, the same digital ecosystem is without bots. And it's a conundrum, because we obviously keep seeing how scams are happening online, how there are fake websites, there are crawlers, there are bots, and we still assume that whatever we are spending on digital marketing is going to the right audience, it is going on the right channels, it is bringing the full ROI which you are spending for. And that, I believe, is an important myth which needs to be broken. And I want to talk about why having an antivirus is extremely important in your digital campaigns. If you're spending on digital marketing, you should be aware of how and where your money is being spent. Otherwise, you're going to be cheated in the same way as malwares used to cheat us on our laptops, on our desktops. And that, I think, is extremely important. Another interesting thing, and I'm sharing my presentation. We all are interacting with bots these days, right? We keep seeing chatbots. AI is becoming very important. The previous speaker was talking about AI and how it is changing the world. We keep seeing that we are interacting on a call center with a bot. We interact with Alexa, for example. That is a bot. Bots are able to do a lot of activity with almost similar experience as what a human would. Why would those same bots not impact your marketing campaigns? What is the reason why these bots would say, hey, let me not trouble ads and impact everyone else? It just doesn't make sense. Bots now compromise the largest percentage of traffic online. If I was to give you one thing to take away, machines have already taken over the digital world. It's a recap of Terminator if anyone's interested in that franchise. But the amount of traffic which is online is machine driven, is far more than human traffic. Look, if you see the article right at the bottom, this is a Hindu Business Line article, just September 5th, 2021. 2/3 of traffic on any website is bot traffic. And these bots will obviously be on the website. They will trigger ads which you are paying for, and you will end up spending money on ads which are being seen by machines with no benefit from a human interaction. This, I think, is very important to understand, and that, I think, is the key takeaway of why an antivirus is needed when you're running your digital campaigns. In fact, it's not, there was a very interesting and a very diametrical analysis done by HP way back in 2016, by the way. This is almost 4 or 5 years ago. That study was repeated this year and it came with identical results. In terms of ease of doing fraud and the payout potential, ad fraud is the best option for fraudsters. So if anyone out there is thinking of an alternate profession, is thinking of getting bored out of their current life and want to take up the life of crime, ad fraud is the place to be in. In terms of the effort required and the risk, it is amazing. You can set yourself in digital marketing very, very easily. The risk associated is almost zero. You will never go to jail. Interestingly, it is not illegal anywhere in the world. Ad fraud is not illegal, which means you will never go to jail. And your payout potential is in millions and millions of dollars. Just last year, a bot was detected. It was called the Meth bot, METH bot. Please do read about it. It was impacting YouTube. This bot was by Russian mafia. They were making $6 million per day. $6 million per day on YouTube, which was being burnt out. And this bot in itself made millions and millions of dollars at the cost of all advertisers. So please remember, ad fraud is here. Digital transformation is critical. Antivirus is extremely important for that transformation to work. Some myths which I want to cover very quickly. If you think that you have trusted sources, there are a lot of walled gardens and we feel, no, we are comfortable there. We know that, those are more trusted partners. Unfortunately, that's a myth. There is fraud on walled gardens. Those same bots which impact other publishers impact all those walled gardens as well. Another myth is, hey, I'm optimizing towards performance. I'm optimizing towards sales. How can that be wrong? There is fraud on performance campaigns. Even if you're optimizing towards sales and performance, that doesn't mean that you are without fraud. There is actually a high chance that you might actually have more fraud in performance campaigns. And just why is, brands need antivirus? We did a survey with marketers and we asked them, what are your concerns on digital transformations? And most of them had topics which were very high in their agenda. 40% felt that ROI for the marketing activities were a big challenge. Fraud will impact your ROI. You will get lower return on ad spends simply because bots are eating away your budgets. You might feel that my website is slow, my content is not good, my digital marketing team is useless, my agency is not up to the mark. No, that all of that may be the case, but fundamentally you're already losing 20-25% of your budget on bots. The moment you plug that leakage, you already have a great starting point for having a far better ROI than what you currently have. So it is important to understand that your ROI in your digital transformation program is going to get massively impacted if you don't bring in an antivirus in place. And this is agnostic to social media campaigns, YouTube campaigns, search campaigns, display campaigns, programmatic campaigns, you name it, these bots can impact all of these for you. What about brand safety? Everyone understands that brand is very important. It is important that brands should be played in the right audience, in the right content, in the right placements. But how is that being enforced? Here are 4 examples of simply campaigns running on YouTube, where these are large global examples on the top, 2 Indian examples on the bottom, where clearly the brand safety was massively impacted. Placements were completely incorrect. The brand, when it is running and spending money on these placements, is impacting on its own. So it's like shooting yourself in the leg. You're spending money to impact yourself. And this, I believe, is extremely important to protect against. And as more and more customers are becoming tech savvy, they are going online, they understand what is happening. They realize that brands are actually spending money. And if they don't know where they're spending money, then they also start doubting their products, their services. It has an impact on your PR and on your publicity in social media. So remember this. And again, the need of antivirus to protect this becomes crucial. And what is the compounding impact of the virus, right? So first is that you lose 25% of your money straight away. Today, all advertisers on this call, all of you have lost 25% of your money, full stop. If that doesn't shake you up, I don't know what will, right? 25% money lost today. It will be lost tomorrow as well, and day after. But that doesn't stop the impact. When you actually burn this money, you lose this money, but you also pay money to bad publishers at the cost of good publishers. So in the ecosystem, now good publishers lose out. They don't get the traffic and the dollars which they should get, and bots and machines eat up that budget. When you run the analysis, your optimization is flawed. You're looking at polluted data. You are measuring your team's performance, your product performance, your KRAs on polluted data. And that polluted data will result in flawed optimizations, which will further make the matter worse. And finally, every dollar which you are losing is going to fraudsters, who is actually investing that to improve himself, to scale up. So when you lose 25%, you're actually giving that money to a fraudster who is going to build the tech to become more rampant. And that is only going to result in more and more fraud. So in effect, you're actually investing into fraud. And that, I think, is extremely important to understand, that not only are you losing money, you're actually contributing to the problem. And that's where it becomes extremely important for all advertisers to understand this. So finally, mFilterIt is an antivirus. We help you in covering your complete funnel. You might be on impressions, you might be on programmatic, you might be on clicks, you might be on visits, leads, purchases, whatever your payout models are, whatever your channels are, walled gardens, programmatic, search, social, whatever is the campaign spend on which you're doing, we have you covered. And I believe that this is an important aspect for you to understand, because you have just lost 25% of your budget today. And with a filtration in place, you can recover that, claw that back, and bring that back into your campaigns and improve and generate more business for your brand. That's all from my side. Thank you so much. And I am open for questions, if any.
Thank you so much, Dheeraj, for your lovely presentation. I think you really simplified it for all of us. And it was really an eye-opener to see that how, we are enabling these bots to even grow further. And, it's just crashing the whole digital economy. So thank you so much for joining us for this session. And now we are getting on to a very interesting discussion on the archetypes of conversational commerce. Brands and customers are getting in a transactional conversation, not just on e-commerce platforms, but on others as well, with social media, video platforms, etc. E-commerce is evolving and micropayments are emerging as a seamless and a meaningful alternative to subscription and advertising revenue. And now to lead this talk and take us through the insights on this topic, I would like to invite my session panelists for this round. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bharat Zende, Director for Strategic Accounts, Verse Innovation. We have Mr. Zuzair Thambawala, Director for Products and Marketing, Franklin Templeton, India. We have Ms. Resha Jain, Vice President, Content Marketing for Sugar Cosmetics. Ms. Roshni Das, Regional Marketing Director, Asia Pacific and Japan, Sales and Marketing Group, Intel Technology Private Limited. And also our session chair, moderator, Ms. Anita Kotwani, CEO for Kara India, to join us and take this discussion forward. Very happy to see all of you. I think we are waiting for our session moderator. There she is. We have Anita here with us. So now let's dive into this conversation.
Thank you so much, Shobha. Thank you, panelists, for taking time. Apologies for the slight delay from our side on the panel to start. I'm conscious that a couple of you want to kind of wrap up the session a little earlier. So I'm going to intend trying to cut the session accordingly. Before I even quickly get into the session, I generally wanted to take a moment to congratulate Roshni Das. She's recently been elevated to the regional marketing head position for APAC and Japan, leading the sales and marketing group at Intel. So Roshni, wishing you the very best in your new role. With that,
thank you.
Quickly driving into our discussion. If you look at the e-commerce industry, I think what has emerged is that the digital has really become the backbone of this retail sector. With 6,300 crores spent across the e-commerce platforms, the growth projected in our latest report is about 38%. And this entire terminology of commerce everywhere, which is really making home the new commerce frontier, there are increasing possibilities for shoppable experiences, which help the brands bridge this inspiration to transaction kind of conversation. So let's understand how this evolution is taking place. Roshni, if I could start with you to share your thoughts on this e-commerce evolution.
Thank you, Anita, and lovely to be here. Just a quick few numbers to back what you said. Today, you're right, e-commerce has grown 25% from your report, about 38 billion, and then goes up to about 200 billion by year 2027. And we are going to see a 2.5x growth in a very short time in the next 5 years. So big marketing mix area, big fill-up for our ecosystem. But from a marketing perspective, I think that there are a couple of things playing out. I would break that up into 4 or 5 areas. One is, I think, just on the back of the pandemic, I think everybody has seen an acceleration and a behavioral change, right, in terms of how we're looking at this platform across. I think trust has increased, access has increased. So I think that the future of e-commerce is also going to grow on the back of that. The second piece that we are seeing, Anita, is that we are seeing a huge amount of growth coming from lower towns. Again, I think tier 2, tier 3 cities, 4 out of 5 shoppers coming from smaller cities. So again, a factor of the trust and the access that has come in. 2, 3 other quick data points is our cohort, which is women and silvers, a more independent ability, to transact. So fantastic to see more women and silvers coming into this category. And the last couple of things has been social commerce, and I think we'll talk a little more about it as we go along. 40% of our online shoppers at some point have bought from social media channels. And so we're seeing influencers and individual brand advocates and that economy growing pretty significantly. So all in all, a very interactive economy to be part of. And, hopefully we learn more through this eminent panel as we go along.
Thanks, Roshni. Just love the sheer number crunching that you've quickly thrown back at us from our report as well. Jusa, coming to you, from e-commerce to this entire swing towards conversational commerce, what are your views of this changing evolution? Giselle, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Giselle,
Okay.
we can.
So, I think we're at an inflection point where conversational AI, is concerned. So, I mean, if I look at just the BFSI sector and particularly from an asset management perspective, I think a decade ago, if a customer actually managed to transact online, I mean, he'd be very happy saying that, well, I can transact from the comfort of my home. But I think very, very rapidly in the last at least 3 or 4 years, we've seen customers, say that, well, transaction is one thing. Now it's passe, right? I mean, it's something that is a given. But clearly, because financial services products do tend to be a little complex, they actually now want to start doing conversations while they're transacting. Correct. So they're not saying that, well, okay, you know what, I will do a conversation and maybe then transact. That's one group. But we see a lot of people actually wanting to do conversations while just they're going through this journey. The other very important change that we're seeing, at least from a product perspective and from an online commerce perspective, is that people now want to transact in a language in which they actually talk. Right. So it's no longer about to say that, well, I would probably have an IVR at one point in time to say that, okay, fine, if you didn't go through these paths, you possibly can't complete, your conversation or get your information. I think customers no longer, have that kind of patience. They actually want to talk to you and transact with you just in the way that probably do a very, very normal conversation, either on WhatsApp or, on a phone. So for them, to say that, hey, this is a bot, and therefore, give it some leeway and be a little bit more forgiving. I think those days will get over very, very quickly.
Thanks, Giselle. Resha, coming to you next, from a business that's really been focusing on the direct to consumer part, how have you seen this evolution taking shape from your end?
I think, Anita, gone are the days when conversational commerce was good to have. I think it's very hygiene now. We are all living in the Swiggy age of things, where if your order is delayed, you want to know immediately, where is it and what's happening with it. I think we've seen a similar thing with e-com, whether, and I'm not even talking about right now at Sugar, right from Myntra days of 2015, we definitely had a whole team. Because when people shop, and especially with Sugar, when they shop for things like makeup, they want to know, will this suit me? Is this vegan? You could give out information, but people still seek solace in knowing it for themselves, And that sort of confidence is inspired by conversational commerce. I think, having said that, I completely echo what Giselle said. I think a lot of gap will be filled in how this conversational commerce is scaled, because chatbots need to not sound like they've mugged up 4 lines and they will go exactly in that format, So I think there will be a lot of automation there. Otherwise, this is good to sorry, this is good to stay.
Thanks so much, Resha. Bharat, do you see a different nuance to this evolution? Are you seeing it slightly differently from the other panelists?
Yeah, thanks, Anita. Lovely to be here. Great to hear Giselle and Roshni and Risha's thoughts. A lot to echo from there and a lot to learn, in terms of what they've said. There are a couple of points which I have, which I've experienced as a digital professional over a couple of years. One is definitely the topmost is that there has been a huge change businesses have experienced in the past 2 years than the past decade. I think a lot has changed. E-commerce and digital transformation for all the businesses is in the center of it. So a lot has changed in terms of the way consumer is actually using the internet. Also, I feel there are 2 bigger impacts actually I would think have happened. One was the geo services launched a few years back, which gave affordable data to a larger consumer base, where a larger Bharat which came to online. And now the pandemic effect, which has enhanced, further accelerated the e-commerce growth. So, and between this e-commerce journey and growth, I think the newer formats like, social commerce, video commerce, live commerce is definitely a part of it. And I feel, as just really speaking numbers, it's a $350 billion opportunity over end of 2030. So I think it's a huge place to be. And conversational commerce, of course, being a part of, the family of apps which we have, where we deliver the larger Bharat and, the audiences which are Indic. I think we are well positioned to, kind of move ahead in this space.
Thanks, Bharat, for that perspective. Just coming back, Giselle, to you, if you looked at this progress that you actually have done, the shift from e-commerce, moving to mobile, then social commerce, which brands like Meesho, etc., coming up, video commerce today coming in, which, YouTube wanting to experiment with trying to do live TV selling kind of stuff happening, and now conversational commerce. From a BFSI sector, there's a huge implication of this. What have you changed in your marketing efforts to, get through this larger spectrum?
Okay. So it's a challenging question. You must understand, we're a regulated industry, right? And fairly strictly regulated, particularly when it comes to asset management. But I think we also realize today very consciously that you can't be throwing the offer document and at one end and the disclaimer at the end to say that, well, that's my job done, because consumers are going to be unforgiving about that. So I think we've also kind of, tried to build that balance to make sure that we really start understanding the consumer's language. So for example, if somebody said, imagine somebody sent me a WhatsApp message to my official Franklin Templeton Rising, hey, what's happening? Now, I can't possibly go and say that, well, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what you're trying to tell me, because I'm very used to saying, listening to Franklin India Blue Chip Fund or so on and so forth, right? So we've tried, and successfully though, to a certain extent, to actually start building those conversations in a tonality of voice which is acceptable to people, right? Today, lots of conversations actually happen in English. I don't think that any of us are doing conversations in only pure English. But if you've not trained your tools enough to recognize that, how are you going to really service the customer? Right. So I think that's perhaps the transformation that, at least BFSI companies are now going through rapidly. Difficult change, because again, as I said, you've got to be cognizant of regulation. But I think the important bit is to start really talking in the tonality of voice that the consumer wants to be spoken to. And it's about, you've got to show a little bit of brand EQ from the brand side, if you want to really build that connect. Yeah.
Resha, coming to you, you've supercharged, your efforts in this direction to really capitalize on this trend. Your brand really makes it very, very easy for you to kind of transcend across. Your views on this?
Well, I think like I said, for our brands, all the brands in the VLPL umbrella, conversational commerce as far as we're going. And we do all of the things that you mentioned, we are trying to do social commerce, we have live commerce on our side. E-commerce is obviously our bread and butter, like, we're a D2C brand. I think conversational commerce is also something that has always parallelly gone on, Well, we look at it is that everything feeds into each other. It's like, wherever your consumers are, I think, again, like, the need to serve customers in their own language, like Joseph said, is really important. We do try and do that, like, especially when it is real people giving help. But I think a lot can be done in terms of technology and AI, coming in from that end. But with D2C, the way we look at it, we want to ease the customer's journey wherever we can. So we do as much hand-holding and as much, like, we have systems built in with FAQs, with understanding. We have a lot of content going around it, and with especially any kind of end state journey and buying decisions. We really try and make sure that we understand exactly where those problems come from. Because in India, problems with our consumers are very unique. They really want to understand if a product works for their skin tone. How do they identify their skin tone? A lot of education is required. So for us, this actually becomes a very, very good tool, conversational commerce, where we can actually be there with them and, educate them as well and hold their hand through the journey of embracing makeup and choices in skincare.
But do you see relevance of this platform? And I'm saying primarily there's a lot of time that's really getting spent, right? Do you think there is an avenue to grow your base of, Daily Hunt and Josh consumers by using this larger play?
Sure, absolutely. Relevance, absolutely. From a marketing standpoint, for sure. And even from a product standpoint. See, we, as I say, the family of apps which we have, which is Josh and Daily Hunt, largely act as a catalyst to the larger advertising partnerships, where we provide users, in a way where they can engage with them and sell their products and services. Speaking about that, also looking at the way, as we mentioned about the evolution of commerce and the larger Bharat coming online. And as Risha also mentioned that, and Juzair also mentioned about talking to them in their own language. So we've been trying to do that in our own way. And trying to reach the customers and the users and gaining those users on our platform. So I think from that perspective, we are kind of thinking in the right direction. And I think Josh, which is just 1 year old, kind of delivers the new short format creator ecosystem as well for the live and social and conversational commerce.
Thanks, Bharat. Rosh, for Intel, it's very different, right? You have a B2B and a B2C marketing kind of, business model. And, when you look at these areas in terms of commerce and the way it's kind of evolved, how have you explored this changing landscape?
The more I was listening to the panel, I was thinking that eventually we will get to, experiential commerce, right? Like conversation as part of the experience. So it'll become experiential commerce. And E will get translated into that. And I also feel on the other spectrum, especially, as I listen to Juzair, intelligent commerce will become very important, right? So a huge amount of that norming and forming will happen. I'll give you some examples. For instance, last year, when we launched our 3rd generation Xeon platform for our business audiences, we used extended reality platforms, which means that we took the principles of filmmaking into launches and events, right? The reason why I'm bringing this example is over time, a lot of commerce will become experiential like this. For instance, our Intel Evo platform PCs have AR, VR, in the way you can look at it, you can bring your PC home through technology of AR, VR. And we saw that with many companies doing that, right? Cars came into your living rooms because there was no other way to experience the touch and feel of the aspect during the pandemic. And more experiential commerce will help you convert faster. I think we've seen that on the back of a product like B2B, as well as our Intel Evo lineup of PCs. And I think on the intelligent commerce piece, I've been a big advocate of MarTech, right? We've got to get more intelligent in the way, when our consumers are landing on our platforms. What do we know? How are we understanding their needs? And, how are we serving them better? So the more e-commerce evolves, the more patterns we will be able to evolve. And therefore, the more intelligent we will be in serving our ads and serving our communication. So I think companies need to also invest in making their commerce and their experience, whether it's direct to consumer or working with our e-com partners, to make the commerce more intelligent for the consumer. And we invest in a lot of MarTech tools. Very, very hugely. We've got a digital hub in Singapore, that not only looks at trends like this, but also sensitizes. So like I said, yeah, a huge amount of the spectrum ready to be explored.
I love the 2 pointers that you built up, Rosh, which is around experiential commerce and intelligence commerce. So at one level, we're really talking about is, this conversational e-commerce going to really replace the commerce per se. And then we also have a whole host of brands, like I said, who are coming in the video commerce space. There's a lot in the mobile commerce space. There's going to be a lot more traction over here. What is your take, Resha, if I can come to you? Who do you think is going to win this game? Is it going to be like a place where everybody has going to have something there for them? What's your punt?
I think every time, everywhere, everybody has something going for them if they want to get it. Who's going to win it? Whoever wins with speed of execution. I think it's going to be very important that strategy and execution come out right. And like Roshni was saying, the experience of it actually becomes something that eases the consumer's journey. Like, just really, really helps them take any decision smarter, faster, easier, and all we need to do is find the right tools of scale, because we are all talking to consumers. Just being able to do it at scale and with the kind of in the kind of language and in the kind of tone that they understand and that they want to hear it in, while keeping it engaging and entertaining and informative. I think it is such a difficult question, Anita, to answer who's going to win it. I'm going to say we are going to win it. I mean, as long as we can all run faster, we're going to win.
Bharat, coming to you, coexistence of all of those commerce platforms, or you see a front runner there?
Yeah, I like the way Resha put it. So just picking from there, I think there's a lot of MarTech and conversational commerce and even AI, conversational AI, and a lot of new tools and the way marketing is being done. I believe that definitely, there's a lot more good marketing messages which can be done through exponential marketing. But I feel that, it will coexist, because I feel the next wave of the users which are coming on the internet again are, the e-commerce needs to be, still be, has to have a fling of vernacular. And, they need to have the, right tools and enabling the vernacular users to have the right communication platforms and all of that. So I think it's still going to take a journey. And during that evolution, of course, both will exist. And I feel that it will complement. So for the new users which are coming, I think the e-commerce at the base level will complement, and conversational commerce will be for more exponential, more evolved user as we go forward. So that's.
Thanks, Bharat. Roshni, we've seen on our spend report that the social and video platforms seem to be front runners in terms of spends, and with then getting the dimension of social commerce and video commerce. What's your take on this perspective?
I think that you're right. I mean, some number that I think Dentsu provided was about 650 million users of short format video. So huge upsurge there. But I think the big part of the spend is always to go where, the consumer is as part of their daily lives, right? As Bharat was saying, every consumer probably has 6 to 7 touch points in a day. So I don't think you can cater to only one platform, given the amount of distraction there is. Very recently, I read a book by Seth Godin, and he said, the internet is the largest, it feels like the largest platform, but actually it's the smallest because of the billion conversations that are happening at any point in time. And sometimes you're not invited in those conversations, right? But the fact is that social and video will just grow on the back of the fact that people are more comfortable using technology in their homes. You've seen that, direct to consumer brands, influencer brands, short format content in terms of languages will also be a propeller. I think those are good trends. Some of the experiences we've also had that I wanted to share was, I think co-creation is a big step forward as well, right? For instance, when we do our gaming segment work, we worked, say, with Valorant, which is a very well-known gaming title. We drive a marathon on gaming, streaming through all our influencers, but then we connect it to an e-commerce platform. So the buyer's journey is very seamless. And at the same time, you're able to bring what the consumer needs in terms of the experience of the content, gaming title, the richness of, our gaming PCs being showcased, as well as taking them straight to e-com. That's one of the ways that we're going to look at social and video. The other piece is globally, I think we've got about 120 influencers. That is an area where we're definitely very willing to co-create with our individual brand influencers, other brand influencers that are experts, hobbyists, creators. I think that whole area is going to explode. And we work very closely with, many gaming streamers that we nurture in-house, as well as work with publications or, creators on their own. To talk about, how they use technology as an extension of their lives. So yes, getting the right mix of being on the platform, but creating content that is meaningful to the consumer would be the way to go.
So Juzair, in terms of this perspective, what is your take? Where do you see it coming? Who do you think is going to kind of come forward as a front runner?
So I think I think I'd like to go with what Bharat mentioned, right? It's essentially about, both of these traditional e-commerce, conversational commerce, surviving together rather than saying that it's going to be just one versus the other. Because I think the fact is that, if you've seen even traditionally, I mean, today, if somebody asks you that, well, would you think that the radio would survive? The fact is that the radio has survived, but it's evolved, right? So now people have moved to digital radio. So I'm saying that I think, yes, conversational commerce will perhaps take the lead, but I don't think traditional e-commerce will be far behind. I also want to place a point that sometimes, I think all of us, once we get into a newer idea and a newer path, we sometimes tend to over-engineer, and that's when the customer really feels that, hey, what, have you really listened to me? I mean, it's a great idea that you've got conversational commerce going, but you know what? I'm very happy doing simple stuff because it works for me. And so saying that, well, it's one versus the other, I don't think it's going to be that. It's going to be both will coexist. And I think who will win, in my view, frankly, the customer will decide that, really. I don't think that, I'd like to sit on that judgment for sure.
Very, very well said, Joseph. I think so too. If you keep the customer at the center of your thinking and surround him with what you think is his desire, his need, I think you've got that absolutely right. Which brings me really to the next question for us, which is really around this role of content and what do we see? How important is that in this e-commerce world? We do feel that there is going to be some shift in the marketing dollars and the way we spend it. Is mass advertising going to be much more focused, because we're talking personalization at scale. Somewhere the delta needs to shift in terms of tilt of where the marketing spend is going to, kind of come in. And with inbound and outbound marketing, one really around push and pull strategies. Bharat, I'll come to you now. Where do you think is going to be this balance that you need to bring? How are you going to work that out for your businesses?
So I feel that lately, out of my experience dealing with advertising partners and looking at my product as well, I think there is a huge shift of the consumer in trusting the creator community, the influencers, the conversational commerce, or the video creators who kind of have understanding of a particular product, or probably they kind of share an idea or share the description or product video about a particular product. Now, keeping that in mind, this is more pull. So it's more about consumer, it's more about content creation. But to add to that, push marketing will also exist. So it's not versus pull versus push. I think both have to coexist again, because push marketing has its own requirement. When there is a sale happening, when there is a big billion day, they need to communicate. But on top of that, I think definitely the content marketing will come. The more pull marketing will come. And also I see that consumers today can create, because in the center is the creator creating content which is engaging for a brand, which is authentic. So a consumer trusts that today, and which kind of will lead to a kind of a more cohesive approach for marketing as we go forward. So that those are things. And again, I feel that consumer marketing, considering content marketing today, I think there is a huge kind of growth expected. I think compounded annual growth of around 25% by 2025, which is 2,200 crores purely from a influencer marketing, from a report which I came across. So I think these are the numbers which show in a way how it's going to grow. So those are the things. And again, just last one line about Josh, like we are giving, as we are growing our platform, we are giving and creating an environment where we can offer this right triggers, the right environment, the right content creators, which can translate this message further to kind of support the bull marketing. Yeah.
Roshni, with this, the investment on content and content initiatives, and we've had the pleasure of working with you jointly on a few of such initiatives. Where do you see the larger content marketing play out for Intel going forward?
I think the big part of content marketing and the marketer's challenge and both opportunity is agility, right? You have to keep experimenting, trying different short-term messages and see what resonates, and then, build testing and, build enough reach on the messages that resonate. So I think given the fact that you have so many different cohorts, our content journey has to be about trying different messaging for different consumers which have different beliefs. So I think that is a big focus for marketers going forward. But we worked with you very closely on trying new, ways to go to market and, media vehicles. I think that regional influences for us is an area we're going to focus on. I already called out co-creation, but, if the future of the growth is tier 2, tier 3 markets, how can we, coexist with and work closely with our regional influencers? And we've done a lot of that with TechOne, TechWiser, etc. I think a lot of tier 2, tier 3 micro platforms, micro social platforms have also grown. Like Intel's worked very closely with, say, Array, which converses to the consumer in the way that they are used to for that platform, right? Even if it's simple things like doodles, the brand needs to speak the language of the people on that platform. I think we've done some portions on that. A lot of our focus is on reviewers. But the reviewers also have to make it simple, the how-tos, right? Like Resha talked about cosmetics, and you need somebody to demystify technology. So we focus a lot on making it accessible with our reviewers going through either listicles or just video content that they would create. So that's really the play of digital. But the important piece is always, where is that consumer journey landing? You can create all the content, but where is it going to land, right? Are we going to house it on your own website? Are you going to put it on e-commerce? Are you going to put it on their own social handles? So making sure that the consumer journey works seamlessly is also a very important part of getting the right content mix in place. And I think reach mediums will continue, though this is about conversational commerce. I think just sometimes getting the message out often with the distraction levels is also going to play a very big role in reaching our consumers. So these are some of the things that I thought were important.
Yeah, Rosh, you talked about saying, content is king. I think the next line which usually comes up, distribution is then queen, because you really want to obviously create all that content, but how are you going to land up ensuring that the consumers actually see that content? Coming to you, Jose, for a BFSI category, the kind of content, whether it is infographics, the blogs from experts, the articles that you really need, your category is very different from a content creation point of view. So do you have financial experts sitting in at your end to kind of build that larger piece, a bit around that place?
Sure. So Anita, I'm going to drop after this question because I have another call which I'm hosting, so I need to be there, but I'm going to answer this one for you. So, we are very clear that consumers don't have the time now to read, long pages of content. So we're actually engaging with a lot of, partners who are experts at writing short format content and making it as crisp as possible. So I'm going to name a brand. I mean, we're trying to work very closely with Terribly Tiny Tales because they've kind of mastered the art of saying things in less and less words. But again, I think we've been working with external content creators for a very, very long time, because the fact is that we know lots of times we may have an internal view on a sector. So I may have a view on technology, but do I have a specific view on metaverse? I don't, right? Because we may not have the internal expertise for that. And today consumers want to listen to all aspects of sectors and of industry, right? So today, I mean, space travel is going to become hopefully very, very big. Do we have a view on general mobility? Of course we do. But do we have a view on specifics? No, we don't, and therefore we do partner with external content creators. But with that, Anita, I'm going to drop. I think great panel, lovely interacting. I'm going to take up a recording of this just to see the balance portion of this, because it's
Thank you so much,
interesting conversation. But great to connect with all of you guys, and I'm hoping to kind of keep connected with you in the future. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Rosh, I'm going to come back to you because I know that you also need to drop off in the next 5 minutes or so. So I'm just going to quickly come to you on the challenges that you think you face, where you see yourself today and going forward in your journey with Intel. Where do you think, it's going to be? Is content going to be the challenging point? Is it going to be the different, moving from commerce to conversational at a larger level? Is there the interplay between gaming, commerce, all getting crystallized into one thing? There is a lot happening. So how do you kind of keep up with this piece and saying, I've got these things right, I still need to work on, a couple of these things? What are those couple of challenges that you still face?
I think I would kind of look at some common themes across. One is the mediums that you use, whether they're influencers or whether you're displaying on e-commerce, or the engagement tactics that you would use, which is like you talked about, conversational commerce. But I think the bigger focus is just getting, for me, the complexities of setting up so many new channels and then nurturing them, and then knowing when maybe our consumer has moved on to a new channel. So I think that is what we're dealing with today, with the influx of, OTT, with social, with video, with creators, and then as and more, as Bharat said, as more and more creators come in, their brands in themselves and their platforms in themselves, right? So that's my second piece, how do you get the interplay of platform, brand, and content creators, to go along with us, and tell a story to our end users and, be in service of them, would be the second piece that I would focus on. And then really the measurement to conversion, I think we're out there across multiple channels. How, like I would come back to intelligent commerce, how can we measure what we market? What is the best way to look at ROI across the funnel? Is it resonating? Is the consumer really engaging with us, or are we just broadcasting? So intelligent MarTech, getting our measurement and conversion right, would be a big piece. And then I also, I touched upon it on the second piece of brand platform and influencers. I think just cross-pollination across these various areas of touch points would be an area to look at. So yeah, these are the 3-4 challenges. Never a dull day in a marketer's life. So looking forward to it.
Thanks, Rosh. Resha, coming to you, I'll take back the question on the content piece as well, where you feel what is Sugar done in terms of the content marketing, and from an advertising and marketing dollar spend, do you see that shift happening, and what are the couple of challenges that are left on the table for you to address?
Well, Anita, honestly, I'm a content marketer. It's been like not only my bread and butter, it's been my passion. I personally feel that content is having a field day today. From the time that we started out doing it, finally everybody's woken up to influencers, to content, to the idea of having conversations even while you're talking to the customer and showing them how to apply something, or how to get something. And I think content is serious speaking right now, and it's having a field day. But like Roshni said, having a field day also means that 1,000 opportunities open up. Suddenly there is NFTs, there's metaverse, there are 20 platforms. Last year, it was the first time that I worked with Josh, with MX Takatak, with Moj, with Trell. I mean, communities are growing, and so are platforms. And I think you want to be available everywhere. You want to see where you are. Brand collaborations, partnerships, from in-film placements to shows, creating shows together, to OTT, to IP creation. We have done it all. We have been the fastest growing social media platforms across all social media channels for the past 2.5 years. It has taken a lot of work. And I personally think the way you divide spends is very simple. Initially, you do experiment a lot as a content marketer, because all of these avenues, what do you want at the end of the day? You want conversions, but you also want amplification. You want reach. Numbers in terms of reach, we just had a 1.3 billion impression campaign go on a particular platform, and it's crazy just how far you can go in talking to a customer, at least showing them that you exist. So I think digital, we will want to spend everywhere and actually see what works for us, and what works for us in 2 ways. A, we want people to know who we are. That will be a very big win. If, one day people know us just as much as they know Lakme, because 45 years of business, that's exactly what we want. And the other thing is, of course, that we are able to speak or tell a story or our story in such a way that they choose us over others, hopefully, because our product is great, and so is our messaging. So these are the 2 important things. In terms of challenges, honestly, just the sheer volume of work and the sheer volume of learning again every year with new things, it is very taxing one after the other, but it is also very enjoyable because of the same reason. Never a dull day, like Roshni said. I agree, never a dull day. And I'm just waiting and going to tackle everything. I think it's going to be a good run.
Bharat, comments from you on your challenges?
Yeah, so it's really great to hear Roshni and Risha talk about the kind of challenges they are going. I would frankly say these are opportunities. So we don't look at it as challenges. We see all the opportunities. We want to solve all of them, for our brand partners and advertising partners. Case in point being, one of the, examples I would like to say, mention is that Roshni mentioned also. So one of the fashion, brands, we work with very closely, and we haven't opened Josh full stack, ad products yet. We're still working. It's a year old, and we tried something with the regional influencers, and the campaign has come out really well, and it was much satisfactory. It was a learning for us also. So we are growing from them there. And other than that, as I said, challenges, you said challenges, I say opportunities, is basically look at the user growth, what it's going to be, right? I mean, 5 years down the line, we'll be looking at 1 billion users on the internet, looking at e-commerce growth, which is around 350, around 2030, $350 billion by 2030. Then you look at the advertising revenue growth. So I think for us, it's all, trying to work and see that how we can maximize and win the mind share, the time share and the revenue share. So that's what I would like to, kind of put it.
Thank you, Bharat. And given I know paucity of time and Rosh also needing to go into another call as well, I'm just going to quickly wrap up for us. So I generally think that this e-commerce to conversational commerce spectrum that we've really been discussing over the last 30 minutes, obviously we all are aligned that each one has a role to play, whether it is m-commerce, video commerce, and the larger conversational commerce. I think an important critical component that we really talked about was the content and context that we need to have, keeping consumers engaged in this full funnel marketing. Couple of pointers which Roshni called out. I love the word intelligent commerce, experiential commerce, which came out as stronger points. This entire piece of trust and access with, your customer. How are you going to be able to do that? And the larger conversation is today, I think what Giselle mentioned, people are doing conversations while they are transacting. Another important part for us to understand, where is this journey going to go? I'm going to end it with some small nuggets on each of you that I have kind of picked up. Rosh, one of your posts on LinkedIn really talked about if knowledge is power, sharing it really multiplies it multifold. So thank you today for sharing, such wonderful views on this entire panel for us with so much of generosity. And while Giselle is not here, I think one of the pieces that I read about him was this collection of articles that he puts together every weekend for him to kind of read up on how the industry is changing. So I'm hoping some of that he would have read up for preparation of this panel as well. And for Resha, I think she and I have one thing in common. Both of us have come from a completely different industry. We've done law, and she's become a content marketer. I'm leading a media, vertical. So completely new industry, but Resha, the passion with which you've kind of shared your expertise really just shows that all you need is, a passion for the work that you love doing. And then it doesn't matter which industry, you can kind of really grow. Bharat, a bit about you as well. I think I love the thought about saying, you need to be a forward thinker. You need to think 3 to 5 years down the line where this industry is going to move. It's a great quality, inherently important quality, I think, for all of us as professionals. So thank you so much today to all the panelists for having such a wonderful session. Extremely delighted to have hosted all of you. Pleasure was mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anita. You moderated it so well, and thank you for that end bit. I'm glad that we have something in common, I could like. And law, both of us. So that was interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Shobha, back to you.
Thank you so much, Anita, and thanks to everyone on the panel for sharing your great insights and learning from, last 2 years have been such a great learning curve for all of us in the digital space, especially. So thank you for sharing your wonderful insights. And now we will move on and with what is next on our agenda. So ladies and gentlemen, I would also again like to remind you that please do tweet about this event at #Dentsu e4m report 2022. To get into the conversations about today's learnings and all that we have been, talking about here. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our last speaker session for today. The topic is conversational advertisement, a new way of audience engagement. And we will move on into this session. And for the same, I would like to invite Mr. Srinivas B. Vijayaraghavan, Vice President Marketing Gupshup, to share insights on conversational advertisements, a new way of audience engagement. Mr. Srinivas is a marketing leader with 20 years of experience in running marketing for global technology companies. He has worked in software development, marketing, and business development with companies like IBM, HP, Tejas Networks, Mobilium, Brillo, Pluralsight, and Cubolo, and many such companies. So we'd like to invite him to join us and start with his talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I can already see him here. So welcome, Mr. Srinivas, and over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here on this forum and addressing all of you, and on the occasion of the launch of what promises to be a very insightful report. So my name is Srinivas. I run marketing for Gupshup. Gupshup, for those of you who may not be aware, we are a conversational engagement platform, and we help brands have two-way conversations with their consumers at scale in a personalized manner. And today I'm here to talk to you about conversational advertising and how this medium can actually help brands to convert what was once known as a mass market or a mass marketing medium into a mass personalization platform. So the one thing about advertising is that it is an industry that is growing steadily. And I think the Dentsu report, whatever snippets have been released so far, also attest to the same thing, that ad spending and ad media spending is growing. It's not declining. And the growth is also coming in from digital platforms because as time has gone by, a lot of us are spending a lot more time online. And I think what the pandemic has done is that it has sort of physically distanced us, but brought us together more closer virtually through messaging apps and, professionally on Zoom calls and media like this. But what that is also doing to us as people is that our attention span, our consumers' attention span has been gradually reducing. Now, this is something many of you may be aware of, and this was a report that came out many years ago about how it's probably just an indicator of how little attention span a consumer has today, because there is so much of, to use a computer science term, context switching that takes place from app to website to WhatsApp to something that's happening on YouTube to Facebook, and so on and so forth. Now, imagine you as an advertiser taking your brand into sort of this space. And most of the advertising stimuli today, if you look at, of course, offline is one way, but a lot of the digital advertising formats that we use are inherently one way. And coupled with the fact that people are spending a lot of time online, it's resulting in a lot of advertising fatigue. So if you look at this number, I mean, this is just it's quite shocking when I saw it, because this is the number of people who have actually employed ad blockers around the world. So you have about almost 750 million people, and India is number 2 on that list in terms of the number of people who have actually used ad blockers. Now, if you're an advertiser looking at this, you're wondering, how is it that in this new scheme of things can my advertising campaign actually touch the target audience in a very personal way? And the answer is also, I mean, the other thing to consider as an advertiser is that, and this was based on a Facebook survey, that today customers expect to have two-way conversations with brands. They're sort of sick and tired of being sort of sprayed with a lot of stimuli, advertising stimuli, big or small. So they want to be able to converse with brands the way they would in a normal scenario, like if they were to visit a store or if they were to visit some kind of an experience center. And the medium in which they would want to do this with brands is actually the messaging app. So today, one thing that's coming out of all of this is that advertising needs to become conversational or have or enable two-way conversations between brands and consumers. And there's no better place to do it on than the messaging app, because the messaging app is something that almost all of us, whether you're looking at the urban segment or you're looking at the Bharat segment, messaging apps are ubiquitous. And pretty soon, we'll be having a lot of first-time smartphone users and buyers across the Bharat segment. So this is a sort of a segment, or this is a platform where your audience is already active. So you as a brand needs to figure out a way on how you can live on that app along with your consumers, friend or family or mama or chacha or high school friends group or college group or work group, and figure out a way in which you can create a conversational experience. Instead of just thinking about advertising as doing banners, picking up physical inventory, how can you create conversational advertising or conversational experiences on messaging apps? And that is really where your brand really comes alive. Now, I'll give you a few examples of how conversational advertising is working today. So I'll take the example of Instagram. So Instagram went live or sort of opened up their Instagram Messenger API a few months ago. And what this is doing is that it's allowing brands that advertise, like for example, you see this brand that's advertising, instead of having your regular CTAs like, shop now, which takes you to a site, or fill out a form or apply now, it's actually inviting the audience to send a message or click to chat, as they say. And once you do that, you as a brand have an opportunity to have a two-way conversation. If you look at screen 2 and screen 3 here, and these are automated. And as the previous panel was saying, at an intelligent point, you can switch from having an automated two-way conversation and switch it over to a live agent very seamlessly. So what this does is that what was earlier sort of a standard point and click kind of an advertising stimulus now becomes a gateway to having a chit chat with your consumers. And you can see the same thing playing out in others. So I use the example of Instagram, but you can very well do this on Facebook. There's an example of a Facebook ad, and all these platforms today provide API and provide functionality for, let's say, companies like Gupshup to create this advanced conversational functionality that your brand can actually plug into. So here's somebody who's trying to promote a test drive, and before you sign up, there's a series of questions that that goes back and forth between you and the brand on what the kind of car that you prefer. Now, we spoke about digital ads, but let's also not leave offline ads out of the picture. It is possible to make physical offline advertising conversational. And today, QR codes are also fairly widely used. I mean, if you go to, Gupshup works with thousands of restaurants around India, and we've been able to take their ordering, payment, and delivery mechanisms online. And one of the things that restaurants often ask for is, how can I make my physical ordering experience touchless? And QR codes are being used there. So imagine QR codes being used in your banner advertisements, in your physical inventory that you buy. So scanning one of these can actually start a WhatsApp conversation or a conversation on any messaging app that your consumer is already on. Now, what that does is that it improves your ability to track every single rupee or dollar that you spend on advertising, whether it is a paper ad that you're taking out, it's a print ad that you're taking out, or if it's a coupon redemption you're running, or even your digital ad performance. So you can track how many of your ads actually resulted in conversations and where those conversations actually went, how many of them went to the final point and how many did not. So in summary, I would say that advertising can actually make every part of the consumer lifecycle conversation. So you should not look at advertising anymore as just a spray and pray mechanism or just a general awareness building mechanism. Every advertisement or every advertising stimulus that you put out there to your consumers must result in a two-way conversation between your brand and the audience, or if you're an agency, for your client's brand and the audience. So here's an example of one of our customers, CreditWise Capital. They are a fintech company, RBI approved NBFC. And the picture on the right is actually a bot called Twin2. And that's actually a physical placard in one of their stores. There's a mascot sort of holding it there. And what happens when you scan that is that you get into a two-way automated WhatsApp conversation, like the one on to the left of your screen. And they also can activate this conversation virtually as well, by sending out an SMS campaign or just doing a WhatsApp promotional campaign. And we were able to reduce their loan process. And this is basically a company that provides automotive or two-wheeler loans. And we were able to reduce the amount of time that it takes to process a loan from 2 days to 3 minutes. So this is the power of conversational advertising. Now, if you didn't have conversational advertising in this case, like you had some kind of a placard or something like that out there, somebody might just go past it and they may just notice it. They may be aware of it or they may just ignore it. But here you're sort of compelling someone or inspiring someone to take action and get into a two-way conversation with your brand. And this is a great example of how you can make a physical surface two-way. So in conclusion, I would say that, focus on making advertising conversational in order to meet your marketing goals, in order to meet the ROI that your CEO expects from your advertising spend. And most importantly, why do we advertise? Because we want to build that personal relationship with our consumer. So the best way to do that is to make your brand come alive where that consumer already is, and that's on the messaging app. So I hope this was insightful. And in case you need more information on how to make advertising conversational, please do contact Gupshup and we'll be able to help you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinivas, for that amazing presentation. And I think people have picked up cues from that presentation and it will add on to value to their digital content going forward. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Moving ahead, we would once again like to thank all our partners who made this event possible. Our presenting partner, HT Media Group, helping brands reach 270 million Indians through trusted content every day. The event is co-powered by our partners ABP Live, Ke Saath Jante Raho, Woot, Nonstop New, Yahoo, and Josh, India's favorite short video app. And also our co-goals partners, mFilterit, adding trust to digital, Truecaller, the leading global platform for verifying contacts and blocking unwanted communications, Trell, India's largest influencer-led social commerce platform, our innovation partners, Zapads, performance redefined programmatically, and our conversational advertising partner, Gupshup, get one-on-one with everyone with world's leading messaging platform for commerce, marketing, and support. And our co-partner, Outbrain, the leading recommendation platform for open web. We would once again like to thank all of you for joining hands and making this event possible. The digital is the way forward, as the conversations clearly reveal. We talked about various digital possibilities for future and how the world is going more and more digital with every passing day. We would like to sincerely thank everybody who made this event digitally possible for our audiences. Thank you once again, everyone. We have special presenter partner AVs to be played up now. Let's have a look on the screens again.
अब है तेरी बारी स्वाइप फॉर जानकारी कैसे नेता देश चलाते जानते रहो कैसे सेलेब बाल बनाते जानते रहो लेटेस्ट टेक के कहां से लाते जानते रहो लोग आजकल किधर को जाते जानते रहो कहीं भी कभी भी जानते रहो किधर भी कैसे भी जानते रहो सही वाली जान
Thank you so much, everybody, once again for logging in for this event from the comforts of your homes or workplaces. It has truly been a pleasure to host all of you.
ABP लाइव ऐप डाउनलोड करो और
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चलेगा क्या? प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। अरे काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Wear your love this Valentine.
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
We turn to our screens for everything. For entertainment, for inspiration, and for connection. We help you connect to your customers across every screen. With our omni-channel solution, the Yahoo DSP. Here's a quick look at how our DSP can help you reach existing customers and find new ones. The Yahoo DSP is built with identity at the core, using our direct consumer relationships. It's powered by our cookieless identity solution, Yahoo Connect ID. Consumers engage with our premium content, generating 200 billion daily data signals that show who they are and what they care about. This enables you to target, buy, and measure ads without cookies. And because it's opt-in, our identity graph puts consumer privacy first. Let's see that data in action. Our audience builder gives you the ability to find people who matter through search data, location data, purchase data, and more. Mix and customize segments to target your ideal audiences, all in one place. That's the advantage of our DSP. We give you a single platform to connect with consumers across an entire omni-channel campaign. And when we say omni-channel, we mean it. Another advantage of our DSP? Unified planning and insights. Take our cross-screen planner, for example. It gives traditional TV buyers insights into the overlap between their linear audience and their full digital audience. When audiences are on the go, we're right there with them through our digital out-of-home planner. Our screens can be found from Times Square to your local grocery store and everywhere in between. Omniscope Insights puts it all together with a transparent, multidimensional view of omni-channel supply paths. You can use it to analyze how each channel, format, and exchange is performing and forecast future results. Finally, we help you deliver on campaign goals and KPIs through AI-driven optimization. You can build on past campaign success with predictive audiences powered by machine learning. And we offer a full range of measurement solutions to gauge omni-channel ad effectiveness. These are just some of the ways the Yahoo DSP helps connect businesses to passionate customers. Wherever they are, wherever they go. That's truly connected.
Aja, aja, aja.
Once again, a big thank you to all our sponsor partners for joining hands with us and making this event possible. Thank you to all the esteemed panelists, speakers, and our session moderators for taking out time, joining us and making the conversations even more interesting. And also thank you to all of you for joining us on the conversations on Twitter at our hashtag for today's event. There's truly a lot of engagement and insights going on at Twitter as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Truly a pleasure to bring this event digitally to you at your homes. And thank you for tuning in and making it interesting and sharing your time with us. This is your host, Shobha Rana, signing off for today. Thank you and have a great evening.